information requests that had been languishing for a year that I had to clean up, at the same time that you hit the ground running with everything else that you're dealing with. So I understand Bongino's frustration, and I understand that he is indeed probably working 12, 15, 16 hours a day and trying to at least get, I mean, he's smart enough to know that you got to get some rest, because otherwise you burn out and you become very, very ineffective. So I'm glad he made that point. But nonetheless, oh my gosh, Maria's right. We've been down this path before, so we need some assurances that you're actually going to do it.
The Democrats are turning on you, right? I mean, I saw your hearing the other day, and critics have accused you of using the FBI to target political enemies. So set the record straight. You wrote an entire book about it, Government Gangsters. Tell us, how do you respond to the attacks?
You're going to love this bit.
Oh, dang commercials. Can't do anything about the commercials. Yeah, we're up against the break anyway. The whole point that Maria's asking is the Democrats are now coming after you for doing everything that I just asked you about. You're looking back into Crossfire Hurricane. You're looking and trying to find all the documents, you're trying to clean up the mess. You're trying to impose accountability. The answer to her point is this. When Democrats accuse you of going after your political enemies, well, they're not our enemies. If you did something wrong, though, then you become an enemy of the state, an enemy of the rule of law, and we're going to come after you. Doesn't make any difference whether you're Republican or Democrat. So Democrats, shut up.
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Debt doesn't just show up one day. It builds little by little. Credit cards, car loans, medical bills, and suddenly you're juggling payments, feeling stuck. But here's the good news. You're not stuck. You just need a reset. American Financing helps homeowners just like you every day using your home's equity to roll that higher interest debt into one simple, affordable payment. They're saving homeowners an average of $800 a month. No judgment, no pressure, just real solutions putting you back in control. Imagine breathing again, sleeping again, knowing your future is yours to shape. One call starts it all, and it only takes 10 minutes. No upfront fees, so it costs nothing to find how much money you can save. If you start today, you may be able to delay your next 2 mortgage payments. American Financing salary-based mortgage consultants are ready to listen and help. Take back your peace of mind with American Financing. 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000. Or online, AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Do you feel a burning, tingling, or numbing sensation in your feet? You may have grown used to it, but Dr. Anderson, D.C. from Front Range Medical Center wants to tell you why you need to get it treated. Doctor, what is peripheral neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is nerve damage to the feet and lower legs. Its major symptoms are numbness, burning, shooting pain, and balance issues.
Can it be treated?
It absolutely can in most situations with great results. More importantly, leaving it untreated can lead to serious complications.
If you have burning, tingling, numbness, coldness in your hands or feet, or balance issues, call Front Range Medical Center for a nerve damage screening. The first 10 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening, which includes consultation and evaluation, valued at $245. Call Front Range Medical Center at 720-823-0784. That's 720-823-0784 for your free nerve damage screening. Find out more at DenverNeuropathy.com.
If you're looking for quality service, products, and crazy deals, think Plumbline Services and Carrier. Whether staying warm this winter, clearing drains, or other plumbing and electrical issues, depend on Plumbline's leadership and excellence in home services, together with quality brands like Carrier. Serving Castle Rock to Fort Collins, Plumbline and Carrier. Turn to the experts. Service at home, servants at heart, 25 years strong, Plumbline Services. Services.com.
A friend asked me the other day why I loved being in the diamond and jewelry business so much. I'm Shayna Williams.
And I'm Dylan Williams from Williams Jewelers. It's not just about shiny rocks, precious metals, and meticulous craftsmanship from the world's very best.
It's really about you.
It's your life and loves. It's about your moments and the ones that define you.
It's the birthdays, the anniversaries, the birth of a child. It's when you're on one knee asking the love of your life to spend forever together with you.
For 3 generations now here in Denver, you've trusted Williams Jewelers with the most important moments in your life.
That's what's precious to us.
And why we love what we do here at Williams Jewelers every day.
You see, our why is you.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Englewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. In Englewood at Broadway and Bellevue, and right now online at WilliamsDiamonds.com.
When it comes to spring cleaning, don't miss your AC Extreme Clean and Tune-Up. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. Did you know dust, dirt, and debris are the #1 killers of air conditioning? So extend the life of your AC, increase efficiency, get the fix-it 24/7 Extreme Clean and Tune-Up. Nobody does it like this. Basically refurbishing your system, lower energy bills, a longer AC life, and the famous no breakdown guarantee. New customers get this 2-hour service, $39, normally hundreds of dollars. Book now. FixMyHome.com.
This report is sponsored by YRefi.com.
Partly to mostly cloudy skies for your Monday. Temperatures today are going to be quite a bit cooler in the mid-60s. Touch of a breeze with some showers likely by this afternoon, but no severe weather expected for today. I'm Fox 31, Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burst.
Is private student loan debt ruining your life? It doesn't have to. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they don't care what your credit score is. Just go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Phone call diplomacy on ending the war in Ukraine. President Trump talking by phone with Russian President Vladimir Putin today. After that phone call, he is set to call Ukrainian President Zelensky. Russian authorities, meantime, have outlawed Amnesty International, calling the human rights organization an undesirable organization that would make association with the group a criminal offense. Sean Combs' longtime girlfriend Cassie Ventura has testified in his sex trafficking case. Now it's her friend and family's turn.
Cassie Ventura's mother, a former friend of Cassie Ventura's that she said Combs attacked with a wooden hanger, and an escort are all expected to testify perhaps as soon as today. If all of last week was about Cassie Ventura, the beginning of this week is going to be about trying to back her up and back up what she said in the eyes of the jury.
ABC's Aaron Katursky covering the trial. 28 people killed in the latest round of severe weather across the country. This is ABC News. The search goes on for 7 of the 10 men who escaped from a New Orleans jail last week.
Head of the FBI New Orleans field office, Jonathan Tappett, at a news conference Sunday.
7 dangerous inmates have been on the streets for more than 2 days, and we strongly believe that there are folks out there helping these inmates evade capture.
Louisiana State Police Superintendent Colonel Robert Hodges says if you are helping the fugitives remain free,
there will be consequences, and there may be charges for you.
Officials say the prisoners got out through a hole behind a toilet.
ABC's Chuck Severson. Police in New Orleans are also looking into whether someone from inside the jail helped in the escape. The Chicago White Sox plan to unveil a graphic installation later today that honors Pope Leo. Robert Prevost became the first pope from the U.S. in the history of the Catholic Church when he was elected on May 8th. The Chicago-born missionary who took the name Leo XIV is a White Sox fan, according to his brother John. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
I spend a lot of time in the garage. But even more time in the rain, sleet, and mud. In 95, I helped tow your moving trailer. In 05, I helped you get out of a ditch. Yeah, I know I'm a bit rusty, and sadly in 09, it was sparks from me, your handy chains, dragging behind your truck that accidentally started a wildfire.
Sparks from dragging chains can start a wildfire. Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
People around Bennett are still cleaning up debris after a tornado touched down yesterday afternoon. Adams County Sheriff Sergeant Adam Sherman.
We have reports of about 10 homes and buildings that have been either damaged or lost through the tornado that touched down outside of Bennett. We don't have any reported injuries or fatalities.
Storm damage assessment and cleanup is also underway in Elizabeth, where severe thunderstorms and large hail damaged about 20 homes, but again caused no injuries. 3 pedestrians are dead in separate weekend accidents in Denver. 2 of the 3 were hit-and-run incidents. Police have made 1 arrest. In sports, the Denver Nuggets clean out their locker rooms today after their season ended on Sunday with a Game 7 playoff blowout loss to the Oklahoma City Thunder. This is the second season in a row that the Nuggets have lost a second-round Game 7 after winning their NBA championship. Rockies lost to the Diamondbacks 1-0 yesterday in Phoenix. That's the latest. I'm Pat Woodard.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by WhatsApp.
Yeah, just clearing a semi out west on I-70 westbound at C470. Had the center lane block with backups to Denver West. A couple of miles in there, pretty heavy, but hopefully that'll start to break free. We've got a crash coming out of Westminster on the Turnpike. This is going to be westbound at Sheridan. It looks like left lane's going to be blocked there. Definitely backed up in the area. 270 still slow up through Vasquez. I-70 west from Quebec, heading back over towards Colorado is a little sluggish also. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Wondering what a personal message with your credit card number has in common with way too many pictures of your dog? Well, they're both private. Because on WhatsApp, your personal messages are yours. No one else can see or hear them, not even us. WhatsApp, message privately with everyone.
Ravina's beautiful windows, siding, and doors for every price point. The only window and siding company not pushing 1 or 2 product lines. They deal with the 20 manufacturers with over 50 lines of windows, beautiful entry doors, and multiple brands of siding. And truly the foundation and heritage every company wants. If you're in the market for windows, doors, or siding, check out Gravinas.com. That's Gravinas.com.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For your kitchen update done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 48 equal monthly payments with approved credit. For details, 800-362-8370.
You ever try to find a real estate agent and end up with your neighbor's dog walker's cousin? Yeah, don't do that. Call Ashley Key with Liv Sotheby's International Realty. Ashley listens to this show and partners her business with Jeffco Kids First, so you know she shares your good taste and your values. She offers premier buyer and listing services like expert staging, pro photography, aerials, and twilight shots, backed by the global reach of the Liv Sotheby's brand. And if you're not in her area, she knows someone who is. Visit KeyFrontRangeHomes.com.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Happy to be alive, and thank you very much for joining us. We are solving problems as we do all the time, answering questions, taking complaints, making your life a little easier. This hour brought to you by Plumbline Services for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. And Bob Logan is with us. He's the chief bottle washer there in Denver, and here to answer questions or just chime in on the show as he usually does, always dressed as if he came out of a GQ magazine. And then, of course, we have Major Marc Mager, my cohort in many, many plots. Let's just put it this way. If I was P. Diddy on trial, he'd be right next to me. Anyway, 303-713-8255. Deputy Doc, I see, is in the house along with Deputy Bo. So,
I am here with Deputy Bo.
Yep.
Locked and loaded.
So let's talk. I'm going to bring up the picture for those streaming of the studio guys. And I want to ask a very simple question today because it came to me when I was reading stories about all kinds of stuff. I just have a question. Trust. A lot of what we do in life has to do with trust. Sure, we can get things in writing. We can also do our research, but a lot comes right down to trust. We have to trust our employees. Employees have to trust their bosses. Consumers have to trust people they do business with. I mean, there's so much room for a lack of trust as well. I mean, you can breach someone's trust. And I want to know, if you had to pick a category of trust, what do you think it would be? Who do you trust implicitly? And not an individual person, but categorically. Do you categorically trust a certain industry more than another? And then when it comes to individuals, of course, because of my recent stuff I've been through, I do trust healthcare workers. Now, there was a big deal when we went through COVID, where there was a lack of trust and a lack of knowledge and a lack of, there were so many theories and philosophies and all kinds of things going on that many of us started doubting the medical profession and science. And again, I think personally, I don't think there was anyone on the healthcare level, the providers, that purposely did anything during COVID that they knew was wrong. Now, I'm not talking about big pharma. I'm not talking about big places. I'm talking about individuals. I think the healthcare workers didn't know what the hell was going on. So when they were told to do what they did what they did. I think they did it out of good intention. But Bob Logan with Plumline Services. Bob, I don't want a canned response from Plumline. I want your gut feeling. When it comes to trust, are there people that you tend to trust automatically? Do you have any like police officers, for example, or whatever? Who do you trust when it comes to life? Who do you trust?
Boy, that's a great question.
Yeah.
You kind of set the stage for me, but I would say our first responders, because whether it's a police officer, firefighter, EMT, that's a job, that's a calling. It's a sacrificial job, and they don't always see the financial reward.
That's a good one.
So
that's a good
all of
one.
our first responders.
That's the wrong answer, Bob. You should have said your wife.
Yeah.
Well, he was talking about industry.
Doc, do you think people
I
trust
think
healthcare workers, Doc?
I think that there's a big difference between the generalized healthcare workers that are in the bureaucracy of the government than your own personal physicians. So I trust the guys that I see on an individual basis, and I don't trust people like Fauci or RFK Jr., who are policymakers.
Right. Okay, good point. So the actual healthcare providers you tend to trust, not necessarily the upper echelon. What about you, Deputy Bo? Who do you trust?
I trust people that are actually willing to listen to what I have to say and that are able to give me true and honest feedback, whether it be negative or positive.
Like, give me an idea of what you're talking. Give me an idea of what you're talking about.
Well, if I ask for someone for advice on something like a family member, I want them to listen to really what my problem is and to give me a feedback.
Okay,
like,
but in general, right now, if you had to pick a category of people you deal with on a day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month, year-to-year, who do you normally trust? Like, I trust law enforcement for the most part. Is there anyone that you trust automatically?
Well, Tom?
Yeah.
I've recently put my trust in Wave 8 Wealth Management, so
that's
I
really
think I'm gonna
tough.
get some good
I am very skeptical when it comes to the financial industry. What about mortgage brokers?
I tend to trust mortgage brokers.
Yeah.
Now,
okay.
the health industry, I don't trust.
Marc Mager.
Unless I do.
I'll pass.
Come on, there must be people you trust implicitly, no?
Yeah, there is. I just haven't given it any thought.
Okay, how about this? Are there people you absolutely do not trust most of the time? Most of the time.
No.
I would say, I don't know. It's just weird. I think that trust is a big part of doing business. And if you don't have the trust, if someone does something to injure your trust, you tend to be skeptical of everyone. Sean, welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino. 303-713-TALK is our number, or 303-MARTINO. What's going on, Sean?
Hey, Tom, I just wanted to say the only one I trust is Jesus. And I'm so glad he helped you make it through what you went through, man, because I was pulling for you big time. I mean,
thank you.
I'm just glad,
Sean,
Tom.
That means a lot to me, Sean. So Sean is bringing up faith and faith in Jesus. Now, faith for sure has very strong, according to surveys, very strong trust and very strong distrust. That's what's amazing. The thing about faith is there are a number of people that absolutely do not trust people when they bring up faith. In fact, they think they're using it as a badge and don't trust them. Then there are many who use that as a badge of courage. They love it. But faith is the biggest controversy when it comes to trust, because you have people that are very sincere, and somebody who comes to mind, Frank Duran, the real estate man, he bases his whole life on faith in a very good altruistic way. Then there are others, I think, that banter it about as I don't know, what would you say, as a subterfuge, or it's to cover up. But thank you, Sean.
Yeah, like televangelists, Tom.
Yeah, kind of. I don't want to lump them all together, but it's kind of right. I mean, I just always have a problem with that. Faith is very controversial. Now, when it comes to home services, Bob Logan with Plumbline Services, do you feel people when you go to the door, do you feel people automatically trust or automatically distrust, or they're recording and figuring it out? What do you think in general?
In general, I think, unfortunately, that most people mistrust, and it's because there's so many unprofessional people in our industry. I'll even go to say as far as crooks in our industry, people who are unqualified to be working in our industry. And so you hear all the horror stories. So I think for the most part, people initially have a hard time trusting, and we talk about that continually in
you
our
have to earn their trust. You have to earn their trust.
You have to earn your trust, and it starts from the time they open that door and look at you. If you look like you slept in your uniform or crawled out of a gutter or just came out of prison, you're going to have a hard time building that trust. First impressions make a huge impact.
They do.
And then it has to be ongoing from there. It never stops.
Yeah.
From the
I
conversations
think
you have
is a
with
big
them,
deal.
to the work you're doing.
Yeah. And home services, to me, I tend to trust because I know who I'm dealing with. But I think the big question people ask when they're dealing with anyone, whether it's that kind gentleman who plugged my company Wave 8, or whether it's Plumbline Services, or whether it's law enforcement, maybe not so much with law enforcement, but with things, here's the first thing consumers ask to themselves: what are they getting out of this? Or what's in it for them? Because normally, I mean, we've heard all the scams on this show, Mark, where people are trying to get you to buy something or invest in something or do something. And it's always the greatest thing in the world. And then you ask them, well, are you invested? Do you have, what are you doing? And so I think that trust is a big deal when it comes to people asking what's in it for you. Okay, real quick now, I want to go to the phones and take your calls. And right now, Miriam says she has a follow-up. She was working with Dimitri. Do we have Dimitri on at all, or to talk about this? Good. Miriam, what was
I spoke to Dimitri this morning.
Okay, tell me what's going on, Miriam. I'm trying to find your call here.
I have it. Suggested
your
that,
iPhone 16. I remember it doesn't work. He verified that it was a little sketchy. And what happened then?
Yes. So I'm asking you, Mr. Martino, if you would be able to, I'm sure you are, to speak to T-Mobile at Park Meadow. At Park Meadow, ask them, I'll be happy to pay more if I can buy an iPhone 16 Pro. I will pay more money.
Okay, but I thought, what's the late? Just tell me what the latest is on this, okay? For example, did you get another phone, or did Dimitri verify that it was a problem? Where does it stand?
Nothing. Our conversation on Friday afternoon, early Friday afternoon, finished. I was supposed to get a call from you guys. Okay. And I didn't. That's fine.
Okay.
And I waited over the weekend.
Miriam, we have to figure out.
And Dimitri called
Miriam, we don't believe it's a phone problem. So, what I think you should do.
Hello, you helped me in the past.
Yeah, Miriam.
I appreciate it. You helped me in the past.
I want you to trust me here. I want you to trust me here. Here's what we believe. There's no way after a few phones. Put her on hold, please. Just put her on hold, and relay this message to her. It's not her fault. We have a slight delay. We do not believe it's a phone problem. It is a service problem with T-Mobile. It is not a phone problem. Dimitri feels the same way. This is because you don't just get 2 or 3 phones in a row and have the same exact. It's not the phone. And if you think upgrading to an iPhone 16 Pro is going to be the difference, it's not, okay? Now, I don't know what else to tell you. If I were you, in the areas you go or the things you do, and I know she's going to say, well, my friend has T-Mobile and she doesn't have this problem. I am telling you, Miriam, and I want to get Deputy Dion to talk about this, but I truly believe you need to switch service. It's, first of all, it's almost impossible that 2 phones are going to screw up exactly the same way. I got to take this break, but let's try to get Deputy Dion. I believe, Miriam, you need to try a different service. I'm not sure if that phone can be switched, but I do not believe it is the phone. Okay, iPhone 16s are pretty much bulletproof. There haven't been many problems, and especially when you get a new one out of the box and it does exactly the same thing. It just doesn't make sense. We got more coming right up. Art wants to talk about Verizon. Speaking of mobile phones, Mary wants to talk about air, an issue with air conditioning, I believe. All of that coming up. 303-713-8255. Waterpros.net, the best drinking water at the kitchen fountain at lowest price ever. $11.95 will get you a reverse osmosis system. You get a whole house system for $49.95. That will, will do everything. Or is it $39? It's everything. It's all the plastics, the forever chemicals. It softens, it conditions, and drinking water. You don't do better for a lower price ever. 303-862-5554, waterpros.net.
Yep.
In this week's Marketers Report, Corey Marchesotto, CMO of Elf Beauty, partner of iHeart Women's Sports, talks about partnerships.
I see brands as antennas. So we send out the ELF signal, and what comes back is people who want to be a part of this story. Why are we partnering with iHeart? Because we want to advance women in sports.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia can get more people to hear your message than anyone else. For better results for every budget, visit iHeartAdvertising.com.
You know, Sheridan Auto Tech is an auto repair and maintenance facility that I really love because they do heavy and light maintenance, and I'm switching my maintenance over to them. You know, here's the deal. I went to the dealer the first couple of times, make sure the warranty's intact, but they can do everything for you. And they also do pre-buy inspections on used cars for like $120. You get a couple hours of a complete detailed report. It's always best to have your car checked out. You can trust Sheridan Auto Tech. They even do electrical repairs. They have value, experience. They have convenience, and honesty, everything you want. 303-455-7242, Colfax, west of Wadsworth, 303-455-7242, SheridanAutotech.com.
Yep. Yeah, that's a bitch.
Nothing but. I was going to take the LSAT just for the hell of it.
When? When were you going to
Sometime this summer.
You are, Doc?
What?
You are?
I just want to see what it's not the bar, the LSATs.
That's right. To get into law school, right?
Yeah, I wonder what it's like. I mean, it's like when you take the MCAT, the medical one.
Right.
You know it's going to be organic chemistry, it's going to be physics, it's going to be, a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know what they have on the LSAT that's specialized.
Did you buy the book?
What? No.
Well, they have a big study guide you can get.
I don't want to study for it.
Oh, Doc, you need to at least look through it. I'll give you my wife's. My wife's got an LSAT.
What's your motivation for taking it?
There is none.
She just wants to see what's on it. You know what? That's pretty interesting, Doc. Do you want me to find my wife's?
What?
I would love some. Thank you. Little bit of cream and one sweet and low. Thank you.
So it's so funny. On my son told me I should look at Reddit just for the hell of it. So they have all these things about getting to medical school with the activities, the GPA, and all this stuff. When I applied 50 years ago, I just sent in my transcript, didn't study for the MCATs, and I was in the 95th percentile when I took the MCATs. And I don't know if you know this, but I flunked out of undergrad. It took me 7.5 years to graduate.
Okay.
With a 2.0 index. So 10 years later, when I applied to medical school, I spent 4 years, literally, this is what I did every day for 4 years. I went to work, I was a senior programmer at the New York Stock Exchange. I'd go to work, grab a quick dinner, go to my classes from like 7 to 11, take the subway home, study from like 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock. Every day for 4 years. I got straight A's, and then when they looked at my transcript, they said, wait a second, you flunked out of college, you had a 2.0, and they said, wait a second. And now I took biochemistry, microbiology, organic chemistry, everything I could think of, straight A's. It can't be the same person.
Right.
Yeah.
So
you just put your head into it then.
Yeah.
Huh? Now you worked at the stock exchange and what took?
But it wasn't. I didn't do stocks. They had a
computer stuff.
No. They had a separate company called SIAC, Securities Industries Accounting Corporation, and we did all of the non-trading stuff for the stock exchange. So it had nothing to do with the corporation, not the stocks per se. So we learned nothing about the stock exchange.
Right.
But it was all the corporate stuff.
And you kicked butt on the medical test, the MCAT. You kicked butt on the MCAT. You said,
yeah, and I never even studied for it.
You didn't study for it?
No, I just walked in and did it.
Jesus, Doc, you must be super smart. I'm gonna find.
I don't think. Is it Bob from Plumline that's in there? I don't think he heard it, but you're, as our thoughts turn to warm, cozy family whatevers, just ran.
I'll find my wife's LSTAT book.
Would you be curious what you would get on the LSATs?
Are you really going to do it, Doc? What does it cost?
What?
Did you find out what it costs?
Well, it's a couple $100.
Oh, it is? Okay.
It's
Now,
like $250.
now, where can you do? How many times can you do they offer it? Like once a month? Or?
No, I think it's a couple of times a year.
And you have to go somewhere.
Yeah,
to take,
but I'm sure there's somewhere in Denver that they have it.
So, I mean, how long does it take?
You know who's here?
I have no idea.
You know who's next door?
Who? Peter Boy.
About 30 minutes.
Who?
Polis.
No kidding. Oh, so they'll have his guards here, huh?
Yeah, I walked up with one of them.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. They showed up first.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Frank Duran, the real estate man. We'll do a valuation of your home. A lot of people want to list their home, but they're not sure. What will they make? Is it a good time or not? He'll do a valuation, and it'll be free. Really, truly, no obligation. 303-920-1622. Find out what you'll make, what you'll net, and what you can buy. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, the realestateman.com. Okay, so I want to bring up Deputy Dimitri, Deputy D. He's been working on this iPhone issue, and really, she's had a replacement iPhone, has the same exact problem. He talked to her on the phone, said the phone was sketchy, or the service or whatever. Deputy D, she keeps thinking if she switches to the iPhone 16 Pro, it's going to make a difference. I want to know what your gut feeling is on this.
Well, Tom, I don't think that's going to make much difference. The odds of her getting 2 consecutive defective iPhones are pretty low. And as you may recall, on Friday, Dragon actually had a really good idea, which is that she did not correctly sync her phone with her Wi-Fi network at home. And she has bad service coverage at home, and that's why she has poor call quality. Now, we did verify that on Friday when I called her. And then you may recall that Friday after the show, you and I talked about referring her to iPhone TED.
Right.
And so I called her this morning. I actually spoke with Miriam before the show started, and I said, hey, look, I told her what I just told you, and I said, we'd like to refer you to iPhone TED, and he makes house calls, and his service is very reasonably priced, and he can see if he can sync your phone with your network. And Miriam's response was, well, if I have to pay for that service, I'll just go back to the Apple store.
Okay.
And that's how we left it. I said, well, good luck.
Did you talk
but
to iTED, by the way?
No, I wanted to make sure that Miriam is prepared, that...
I don't know how much you'll charge. He might just do the first visit gratis for us. Do we have iTED's number somewhere, Mark?
He doesn't do that stuff anymore.
What's that?
We do.
He doesn't do that stuff anymore.
No, he doesn't do it professionally, but he might do us a favor and check it out, is what I'm thinking. I don't know. Maybe not. We just need someone. I really do not believe it's the phone. Miriam is convinced it's the phone. And unfortunately, it's not, Miriam. I'll bet on it. I think that your phone is not syncing to your Wi-Fi. It's trying to use poor cell coverage. But then she said the same thing happens when she's out and about. Miriam, do you have poor...
No, Tom, not quite.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Dimitri, go ahead.
What do you mean, go ahead? What should I say?
Dimitri.
All I want that you, Mr. Martino, would call T-Mobile in Park Meadow, allow me to buy an iPhone Pro 16.
You don't need me for that. You don't need me for that.
I'll pay more. I already paid
you don't need me for that.
I'm going to pay more.
I don't have to call them and tell them to sell you a more expensive phone. You go in there and say, I'd like to trade this phone for the iPhone Pro and then the 16 Pro. They'll do it. You pay the difference. Yeah, they will. They'll let you do it. If you pay them, they'll let you do it. Dimitri.
I did. I went to T-Mobile, sir. They didn't. I asked them, believe me.
You asked them if you could upgrade your phone and they refused to take your money.
Yes.
Dimitri?
I told them, yes.
Could you do me a favor? Just do me a favor. Put Miriam on hold again, please. Put her on hold again. Listen. Dimitri, could you call that store and ask them if they would upgrade her if she's willing to pay? She's saying they won't. That's first of all. And then Miriam, once you upgrade, it will not work. Okay. It still will not work, but let's do this for you to prove it. Okay. Let's just leave it there. If she thinks an upgraded phone's going to work, it's not going to work, but she wants to do it. Just call that store. I am anxious or I am curious to find out why a store would say, oh, you have some extra money. You want to trade in that phone. You want to pay for a more expensive phone. No, we're not going to let you do it. I doubt that ever happened. I think you misunderstood them, Miriam. If you want to pay more and pay the difference, I am sure you can get a better phone. All right, I'm sure you can. 303-713-8255. Speaking of phones, Art has a problem with Verizon, I believe, and you've been working with Suze. What's going on, Art? What is your problem?
Oh, well, thankfully for everything you've done, we got it resolved. So I don't know if you remember, but I had a problem where I bought a phone and it was supposed to unlock and didn't unlock, and they wanted more money, but we got it all figured out, and so it's unlocked now, and very happy. So thank you so much.
Wow. So Sue's helped you get that done.
Yes.
And so right now you were calling to tell us it's resolved.
It's resolved, yes. Thank you so much. Yep.
Hey, Art, thank you for hanging out to tell us that. And, of course, Suze gets the dinger today. The first use of the dinger on a Monday, 303-713-TALK, 713-255. I love it. And thank you, really, truly. Suze, thank you very much. Let's now, what is Jurassic Air? Mary, what is Jurassic Air?
Hi, Tom. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. Jurassic Air is a HVAC company in North Denver, and I'm calling on behalf of my grandmother because she paid them $5,616 for a furnace gas valve replacement. And
what? Wait.
Wait.
She paid $5,600 just for the gas valve?
Correct. Not for the furnace itself.
All right.
That's expensive.
Now, Bob Logan, what do you think of that? Seriously, listen, Bob. We don't like talking prices because sometimes, there's a big variation of prices. But doesn't that sound a little steep for a gas valve?
It sounds very steep. Yes.
Yes, very steep. Now,
I can speak to. We evaluated the work for both parts and labor. There were 3 parts replaced. The labor was 2 hours, and summing that total, we think, I and my husband think it's $513 in total for that work.
Okay, Mary, I'm not going to go by that either. I'm not going to go by someone, adding up parts and what they think they should pay labor-wise. Many times there's a flat rate because people do it efficiently and quickly, and they get paid more than if you multiply the time and add the parts. I'm not looking at it that way, but I am looking at it as $5,600. What did they? First of all, did they fix the problem?
They did.
Okay, so now, are you calling simply because you found out what she paid and you thought it was outrageous?
No. So my grandmother determined that it was overpriced, and so she called the owner, Ronnie Cordova, and Ronnie told her on the phone that he would be willing to give her back $3,000 of that payment. And so she's been trying to get that money back from him, and he now doesn't return her phone calls. We can't contact them at their office listed on Google. They're just simply unresponsive after they asserted that they would give $3,000 of the $5,600 back.
Okay. Now, technically, she probably is not due a refund, technically. I think that we got to figure out something about, we just got to figure out what they should do. They don't really have to do anything. Bob Logan, do you think that they can fight this on any grounds if she approved the work before they did it?
Well, you said it right there. If she approved all the work prior to, and if you're working with a legitimate company, they should give you options for repairs, replacement, whatever work you're doing, and then you should come to an agreement of the pricing up front before any work is done. And so if they did that, and if she agreed to it, then unfortunately...
I can speak to that a little bit if you can.
All right, hold on,
Mary.
Mary, hold on. We'll come right back to you. Deputy Bo, I want you to call this company, but first let's hear what else she has to say right after this.
Okay.
This is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Macy's Backstage.
All right, one accident on the turnpike still clearing, but delays out of Westminster. This is going to be westbound at Sheridan. Left lane's blocked. It's backed up past Federal. It's pretty solid jam up there. 270's running a little slow out of Commerce City. We've had some road work down on the toll highway. This is E470 coming south from I-76 down towards 104th Avenue. A little bit of a backup in there. Pena's running a little heavy coming out of the airport, 270, and all the other routes out here, not too bad. I-25 looks pretty good across the city. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
What will you find at Macy's Backstage? How about essential warm weather styles, just $30 and under, like dresses, shoes and bags, men's, and even kids' looks. Find the latest trends, new arrivals, and great prices at a Macy's Backstage store near you.
And they take Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies is a place you want to consult as you're approaching retirement. Of course, that could be 30, 40, 50, 60. And then once you're in retirement, and that could be 60, 70. Well, here's the deal. What they do is try to help you plan for retirement. That has everything to do with your elements, which is 401ks, IRAs, Roths, and then also anything you might need to secure your income like an annuity, or they may want to help you grow a nest egg from scratch and keep it protected. They have complete plans. For example, if you're in business and you want to sell your business or pass it on to a loved one, whatever it is that has to do with your retirement, including long-term care and all of that, they put it together in a plan for you. In fact, if you're doubtful they can do anything for you, or if you've always wondered about what they could do, just call them. Just say, hey, what would you do in my case? They'll talk to you at length and in detail without you ever hiring them to see if it's a good fit. rpcenter.com. RP, Retirement Planning Center, rpcenter.com. Give them a call, 970-663-3211. That's 970-663-3211. And speaking of financial planning and all of that kind of stuff, I partnered with American Financing for a very good reason. They have the Smart Equity Loan, and now more than ever, you can get rid of high interest debt, and it makes sense. They do a Smart Equity Loan, and it's easy to qualify. If you have equity, give them a call. You can get rid of that high interest debt. And then once you get that peeled off into a separate loan with low interest compared to the interest you're paying on credit cards, you can pay it off quickly. Or you can just take a respite and pay it off as you go. But the point is your credit improves. You get rid of that high interest, that money you're wasting every month. So call them and inquire about the Smart Equity Loan. Or maybe you want a complete refi where you pull cash out for any deferred maintenance. Now is the time to do this. AmericanFinancing.net, 303-695-7000, 303-695-7000.
Thank you.
I was so psyched for that trip.
It's not too late. You can do it again.
I know. It's on my bucket list.
With enough planning, you play St. Andrews. It's a public course.
Hey, Tom?
Yes.
I have a follow-up when if the caller bank is empty.
Okay, good.
Bob, did you drive around in London or just get like a tour bus and kind of look at see all the sights?
We just took taxis everywhere.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, we did take a couple of tours while we were there because this is the third time we've been there, and there were just some things we haven't seen.
Oh, you've been there 3 times?
Yeah.
So you must like London. Did you go to the plays?
You know, I like it. Jackie, you know, it's a city. I mean, it's 9 million people there. And she doesn't like big cities or crowds.
It's crowded like New York.
That's why she loved Edinburgh. She loves the like the countryside of Scotland and France and things like that. But she didn't like Paris, and I love Paris.
Oh.
Yeah, she doesn't like New York. She's a country girl.
Did you go into Parliament?
We did not.
I'm gonna ask you. Yeah, I think I'm going in July. In fact, I'm gonna do the trip planning tonight.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go to Edinburgh. I'm gonna go to East Dean College. It's the only college in the world that still teaches watch and clock making. You get a degree in that.
Is that right?
In what?
Clock making.
Wow.
My cousin's got a degree.
Is that like a bachelor?
It's a bachelor.
No shit.
But the problem is, no one freaking clocks are. She restores books. She got a degree in restoring documents.
Wow.
That are crumbling and.
No, I respect Bob a lot.
Yeah.
You will go way up here if you answer this question. When you were in Scotland, did you eat haggis?
I did eat haggis.
Oh.
That is gross.
What the
You
heck?
are
Gross.
What the fuck is haggis?
You are my idol.
It's like guts, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
Sounds
all
like
the-
hash browns.
So yeah, when you
Haggis.
butcher an animal, it's all the leftovers, their intestines,
And they
make a stew.
and they make a haggis stew.
Don't they cook it in the stomach?
Typically they'll take the stomach linings or the intestines and stuff it in there and then boil it.
That sounds disgusting, man.
It sounds so bad I can't even think about it.
You know,
Did you like it? Just spit it out.
wasn't horrible. But ironically, I got sick that night. I don't think it was.
Call Fuller.
Here you go.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, now we have some follow-ups. Deputy Dimitri, did you call over to the store to see if they would upgrade that woman to an iPhone Pro, which she believes will solve her problem? We're convinced it will not solve her problem. What did they say?
Well, I spoke with a very, very helpful young lady named Sydney at T-Mobile at Park Meadows, and she kind of gave me a hint of what she thinks is going on. This iPhone 16 that Miriam has just came out in September. So Sydney said it's probably still being financed on that 24-month promotional deal that they have. So they'll be happy to sell her an i16 Pro, but she has to pay off the i16. And the balance is probably around $800. That's kind of Sydney's guess.
But will that, then will they give her trade-in value for that phone?
Yes, absolutely. It's a very recent phone that's still in high demand. So Miriam needs to show up, and I try to call Miriam, but it goes to voicemail, and her voicemail box is not set up, of course. So I'll keep trying to get a hold of her throughout the day. But here's where it's going to get resolved. Miriam needs to go over there, speak with Sydney, who's familiar with this issue now. Sydney will collect Miriam's payment to pay off the iPhone 16, and then Miriam can buy the iPhone 16 Pro, and she'll get some trade-in credit for her current phone.
Okay.
But I think it's going to be a waste of Miriam's money because she's so convinced that the problem is with the phone itself that she just doesn't want to consider all these other solutions that we've been suggesting since Friday.
That's right.
But that's where it stands. So T-Mobile is going to be very, very helpful in this matter.
All right, so let's relate that to her off the air so she can get that. Dimitri, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Deputy Doc.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy D. Deputy Doc, you have a follow-up? Does Deputy Doc have a follow-up? He said he did. Yes, no, maybe?
Oh, yeah, Tom?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm back on the air.
All right.
I was going to say, just ask Marianne if she has any grandkids, because they'll be able to sync the phone. But I spoke to Wyatt Daling called up because he purchased a Subaru from AutoNation.
How long ago was this call?
It was last week, on the 15th.
Okay, and what happened?
Well, he had purchased a Subaru in December of 2024, and he has not gotten the title yet. So I spoke to Wyatt, and I asked if he wants to return the car or what he would like to do. So apparently I left a message for them, for the service manager, and either they heard us on the air or they got my message, and magically on Friday, the title appeared, just like that, out of thin air. So he got the title, and he's happy now.
Very good. Very, very good. Now, my question is this. What was the holdup, I wonder?
I don't know.
You know, the law says that they have to deliver title within a reasonable amount of time.
Correct.
But the law says they must have title, not meaning have it in possession, but they must have a clear interest in the car before they can sell it. Now they're allowed to collect a payoff and use that payoff to get a clear title, but reasonable amount of time. We've always talked about this and asked the question. I know Mark says, what's a reasonable amount of time? And we would always question that. What is reasonable to get a title? I don't really know what it is, but they have to deliver title. And if they can't deliver title, they must undo the deal. That is, of course, if you're a dealership. If you're an individual, of course, you should never, ever buy a car from an individual without a clear title. But this is good news. He's got his title. So that is, as I said, the problem solved. That's the double dinger today. So far, I've used the dinger 4 times. 2 times for Suze, 2 times for Deputy Doc. 303.
Hey, Tom.
Yes, sir.
I would like to hear people's opinion on this thing with Joe Biden. I am confused at how we could have a metastatic prostate diagnosis. I mean, doesn't his doctors do a PSA check? I mean, it seems to me inconceivable.
This is being questioned, and here's what they're asking: did he really know, or did his doctors know beforehand? And was the plan for him to be elected and then for his vice president to take over? Was that the plan? And then he just couldn't do it, so then she ran to begin with. No one knows that, but I want to know this: is that unethical? I don't know the answer.
Oh, absolutely. There's no. If he had a diagnosis of prostate cancer and they're going to wait 6-7 months, that's such gross misconduct and negligence. They should lose their
do you remember
license
they
and be
said he had a
executed.
physical and he was in good shape? Well, is it possible? Yeah. Is it possible that the cancer just came up after that?
Not if it's metastatic, Tom. I'd be really surprised.
Metastatic meaning it has spread, right?
It spread to his bones.
Yeah, but metastatic in general means the cancer spreads, right?
Exactly.
So the question is, do people think? What do you think? What do you think, Doc?
I don't know what. I'm confused because I can't imagine on an 82-year-old man that they didn't do PSAs when he had his physical.
So do you think they knew it and kept it quiet?
No.
No?
I mean, he would have been in treatment. He would have had some kind of treatment if he had, aggressive prostate cancer.
I can only think that they probably didn't know about it. I don't know. Mark, do you think they knew about it?
Now, Impact.
Thank you.
This report is sponsored by WhatsApp.
All right, one accident on the turnpike still clearing, but delays out of Westminster. This is going to be westbound at Sheridan, left lane's blocked. It's backed up past Federal. It's a pretty solid jam up there. 270's running a little slow out of Commerce City. We've had some road work down on the toll highway. This is E470 coming south from I-76 down towards 104th Avenue. A little bit of a backup in there. Pena's running a little heavy coming out of the airport, 270, and all the other routes out here, not too bad. I-25 looks pretty good across the city. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Wondering what a personal message with your credit card number has in common with way too many pictures of your dog? Well, they're both private. Because on WhatsApp, your personal messages are yours. No one else can see or hear them, not even us. WhatsApp, message privately with everyone.
Vestera Turnkey is a system where you can become a landlord without the conventional risks or hassles. What Barry Miller and his team do is research areas of the country that are hot for equity growth and good for rents. They help you acquire the property as a broker, and then they have management companies to help you keep track of the property as a landlord, and then Vestera even takes your phone calls and acts in your behalf, so you don't have the conventional risks or hassles. Then they help you sell it. They've been showing returns of 30 to 80%, and they say it is a wonderful system. You should take advantage of it. Find out more at mybiggestreturn.com, mybiggestreturn.com, 303-888-3788. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Genesis is a company that does everything on the outside of your house. They also do painting. They do interior, bathrooms, kitchens, and baths. Everything you need to keep your house in order from a company I know and trust, and you can too. They even do mold discovery and remediation. So if you have any questions on anything in your house, you can trust Genesis. 303-679-8509, GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
Thank you.
Their doctors. She's just been there forever.
You know,
although she's extremely heavy, which I always find weird.
Why is that?
Where do you live, Bob?
It'd be like if they were smoking.
Where do you live?
In Evergreen.
And I mean, like, she's obese.
Oh, really? Well, you should talk her into region shots.
When I lived in Highlands Ranch, I had
Make a sales
primary
pitch
care,
for her.
and she took care of me for like 5 years, but then her practice expanded, and I don't mind seeing a PA or a nurse practitioner or anybody else, that's fine, but every time I went in there, it was like I had never been in there before. You know, they were asking me my family history.
Yeah, I hate that.
Can you just look at the chart? It's all in there.
Yeah.
Just
do the
it drove
test.
me nuts. It was like I was a brand new. It'd be like me coming and servicing your air conditioner every year for 10 years, and hey doc, have you ever used this before? And
yeah.
And you know, it just drives me nuts. So, like I said, I don't need to see the same person every time I go to a clinic, but I want them to at least glance at my history and say, oh, Mr. Logan's been in here for the last 5 years.
No, he's a Don
and
MD.
He's got this, and this.
He's retired.
And then ask me questions accordingly.
Well, put your PSA check one of these days.
Yeah, we want to know before you come back in studio.
What are they doing for your elevator?
We can just talk about it on the air. How's that?
Okay.
What are they doing for your PSA?
You know, Doc, they said nothing. They said to try to lose a little weight, which I have, but I don't think that has anything to do with it.
You guys ever talk about property tax valuations on the show?
We're talking PSA today.
All last week, man.
Did you?
I had Frank Duran in. He's doing free valuations. Mine went up like $350,000 yet again.
I don't even want to
My house is going to be worth $1 billion within
There's
a
no
week.
program for me. I got to go
Did
back
you? Are
in
you
and get
fighting it?
I'm going to.
Yeah, fight it. Call Frank up, and he'll do a valuation and pull the comps and prove that it's lower.
If you got it, you got
So the 3 months from the time I first did the valuation went up $700,000. Went up 19%.
I know where they
and
buy
from
up
the previous year, it went up 34%.
And they can tell
2 years
you
ago.
They value
the last valuation, yeah. 2 years
Yeah,
ago.
ours went up. So last valuation,
PPH,
well
which
over
is
$500,000.
the
This one, 300 or
non-hyperplasia,
350,
which is
850 in
that
2
just
years.
affects your flow, your urine flow.
It's BS, is what it is.
If it's early cancer.
I told Suzanne they should write you a check for that amount then and buy it from you if
Well,
they're
that's
so
not-
sure about it.
Exactly.
That could be part
I would
of it.
sell
It could
it
be
tomorrow.
benign BPH, or it could be early cancer. I would definitely get it checked out.
Oh, hey, Charlie. Did they reach out to you?
Because the prostatectomy is pretty simple. They do
All
it
right,
with,
I was
with
just
the
getting
robots.
ready to follow up with the owner over there, so I'll.
Okay, good advice, Doc.
Sure. Yeah, I get it. Well, let's see what they come up with. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do, but at least yeah. Cool. You got it, man. Cool. Bye. Okay, let's see here. I hate the work. I hate the week before the new month.
Are you setting up commercials, Mark? In spots? Is that
Yep.
what you-
Here you go.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Sam has a comment on Biden, when they knew about it, if they knew about it. It seems kind of difficult for me to believe that the metastatic cancer happened right after he got out of office and they just found out about it. But I don't know. And politically, what would be the reason for covering it up? Do you believe the ultimate goal was to get Kamala Harris in there after he was diagnosed, he would quit or resign, or he would die and she would take over? And then that plan was foiled by his lack of performance, and he had to duck out earlier. Samuel, what do you think?
So the bottom line is all of us are protected by the HIPAA law. All right? So the office of the president will decide what type of information they want to put out for us to consume.
Do you believe they knew? Do you believe they knew about it before this?
Yes, I'm sure they knew about it. But what you also have to understand is that one of your deputies said that there's negligence. There is not, because if you look at the U.S. Preventative Services Task Force, screening for prostate cancer has been removed about 10 to 11 years ago.
All right, hold on. I want to explore that. I got to take a break.
Awesome.
They knew about it.
No, what I said.
It's funny when you just made my doctor's office just called me just 2 minutes ago. Why aren't you coming in? Because I've been blowing.
What I said about I said if they knew that he had prostate cancer and didn't initiate treatment, that would be negligence.
Yeah, but Doc, they could initiate the treatment in the White House. They got a little.
No. But what I'm saying is, if
they just didn't want to let it go out public, they've known about it for months.
All I said was, if they knew about it and didn't treat it, it's negligence. That's all I said.
Why don't you think they would treat it? You would think Biden himself, you'd want it treated.
You're missing the point.
Okay.
If they diagnose cancer,
okay,
and did not treat it, that's negligence. That's all I said about the negligence. I didn't say they.
Oh, I see. If they knew about it and didn't treat it, then negligence.
That's black and white. That's exactly what I said, which I will reiterate when we get back on the air.
They knew about it.
I'm going to take over Mark's place of being.
Yeah, would you?
Yes.
Would you?
Of being outraged. Don't misquote me.
Don't misquote.
So I had a good weekend. I played poker Friday night.
Yeah.
I won 1,100.
Okay.
I played poker on Saturday. I won 1,000.
Wow.
And I played poker last night, and I lost $50.
Damn, you're on a roll, Doc. Maybe better not play this week, so you keep it on.
Today's my home game.
Oh, that's where you
want to play some poker, Bob?
I would feel guilty taking your money.
What? Oh, was that? I didn't know what you said.
I said I would feel guilty taking your money.
That's a good answer.
He's a shark, huh? You a poker player, Bob, or just
No, I'm not. I know how, but I don't play.
I think it's a great hobby. I just, I find it relaxing. It's enjoyable, and
And if you can do that, that's great.
I guess I'm gonna call this lady for furnaces working.
Yeah, but
everybody needs hobbies, right?
Exactly, and there's nothing wrong with that as a hobby. I have nothing against it. It's if I lose $20, I'm like, oh man.
It's funny, in the poker games I play in, you can lose a lot of money. The guys I play golf with, the most we play for is a $5 NASCAR, which means you can lose $15. They don't get upset about losing a couple $100 at poker, but they get upset if they lose $10 on the golf course.
Isn't that funny?
Well, because, if you're playing poker, you can blame it on the cards. If you're playing golf, you can't blame it on anything.
That's true.
Except yourself.
That's true.
Whether the weather conditions or the course or anything, you're playing with the guy in the same conditions.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, Mark. See you there.
I like this commercial. have your people send Tom
right, I got to run.
bullet points for whatever spots you have. The one that I heard this morning is Christmas.
What?
Yeah, Shannon told me it's a Christmas spot of some sort. It's a little late, that's all I'm saying.
I guarantee you he has bullet points.
It's a few days. Oh. Hey, can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello. Hello.
This report is sponsored by WhatsApp.
Yeah, we're looking pretty good on the highways right now. The slowest spot is going to be Pena coming out of the airport from E47 and eventually back to I-70. Pretty sluggish in there. 270 is running a little heavy through Vasquez, Commerce City, and I-70 west in Colorado. Just past York or so, so bunching up a little bit. I-35 is a little bit across the city. About 10 minutes between downtown and the tech center. E470 is too high to trend. Between St. Carol and I-25 is about a 15-minute commute. With traffic, I'm John Cecile.
On WhatsApp, your personal messages stay private. So things like those selfies from last weekend's party stay between you and your bestie.
So what was the commercial that was read? It was a Christmas commercial?
Put the head. Hey, Shannon, Bobanum, Shannon.
What do I hit here?
Shannon. Offline. Hey, come offline for a sec. Tell Bob what commercial you heard.
Do I go offline?
Yeah, hit offline. Can you hear him?
Yeah.
I can't hear him.
Oh, I can't hear anything. I hear.
We cannot hear you, Shannon. We no hear you.
Shannon, Mark said you heard a Christmas commercial from Tom?
I think he's looking for it. I don't know what he's doing, honestly. Shannon, Bobanum. Now I can hear you. Can you hear me? I can hear me. I can hear you hearing me. Oh, no, that's Tom's house.
It's an echo.
That's his monitor, not
Echo.
ours. I think he's looking for it. Hey, Shannon, can you talk so we can hear you?
Hey, Tom.
Hello.
Hey, tell Bob what spot was playing.
As our thoughts turn to Santa coming down the chimney, we call Plumline to keep us cozy and warm, hearth and home and family and something like that. All right, stand by for yucks. Hey, Martino.
Yeah.
Are you joining us, or are you going to go for a walk?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying you're going for a walk at 11. Who are you telling? Your nurse?
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino, along with Major Marc Mager and the gang here, solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints, making your life a little easier. In the studio, we have Bob Logan from Plumline Services, and that's plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. And then we also have Deputy Doc, Deputy Bo. We have a bunch of deputies in the studio helping us out here, and or in the studio and elsewhere. And then we've been talking, and I'm getting a lot of response here on my, I didn't realize we would, but a lot of response text-wise. People are texting me, and I'll tell you where they text me. To come to my personal cell phone on any topic, you can do 747-999-5280. The way you remember that is, I love airplanes. 747 is the big mama. 999 is the closest you get to perfection because you can't do 10-10-10. And then 5280 for the mile high. 747-999-5280. Also, you can text us at the iHeart short code 57739. Just put Tom in there. 57739. Somebody said, I'm surprised Mark hasn't jumped on this because it's pretty clear Deputy Doc is correct. There is no way that they found out just recently that he had metastatic cancer. Presidents are examined all the time, especially when his health was being brought into, by the way, I'm adding this. This is not in the text, but he said all the time. And I say especially when they're a president running for re-election. Somewhere along the line, they found out probably he had cancer, but why did they keep it quiet? Or did they know? Do you think, Doc, do you think it's possible with a sitting president where they're always questioning his health? Do you think that they knew about it?
I can't imagine that they didn't, Tom, but I don't think that they, I can't imagine that they didn't know about it. Let's just leave it at that.
Okay. I, by the way, wish him the best. Listen, I'm going through cancer battle right now, right? And thank God for my prognosis.
You have won the battle. You've won the war.
Well, my prognosis, and it was none of my doing. I had a very rare diagnosis, very, very rare diagnosis for pancreatic cancer. My heart goes out to all the others who are diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. You know, some of the first people I told were Mark and Suze in our kitchen. And I remember them, and I know exactly what he thought when I told him, right, what they thought. I mean, it's like, you know, the end is near. You know it. And I had a very rare diagnosis where it was totally isolated and operable. That usually doesn't happen. I mean, in fact, it only happens 3% of the time. Let's just say it.
That was my first impression. Remember when you had us all in the conference room and told us?
Yes, yes. And
my heart went out.
Yeah.
I didn't know what to say.
And when I hear this about Joe Biden, it doesn't matter what we think politically. Nobody wants to see anyone suffer like that. And you know, prostate cancer, I didn't realize, was the number one killer for men as far as that's what I'm told. And then heart disease or something like that. But in any case, again, before the break, I was asking Major Marc Mager, do you think they knew about it, Mark?
I just don't know, man. I just don't know. I have no idea. I mean, a PSA test seems pretty simple. I get one each year, and, you know, I don't know how they didn't know, but it seems like an awful strange thing to hide as well. And if they did find it before it was stage 4 or got into the bones, he probably would have a much better prognosis. So, I mean, I can't imagine why they just didn't test and find it to begin with. That's the part that makes no sense.
Doc, Mark mentions a PSA test. How telling is a PSA test?
It is a wonderful indicator of prostate instability or disease. Now, there's something called benign hyperplasia, which can raise it a little bit. But usually, if it's going up, a biopsy will immediately answer the question of what stage and grade it is. Now, there's two things. A grade is how aggressive the cancer is, and a staging is whether or not it's grown into adjacent organs or metastasized. So you have two things that you have to worry about. But usually a biopsy will tell you what the prognosis is.
Now, somebody says here, you guys need to give it a rest. Stop bashing Biden. I'm not bashing Biden. I'm just wondering.
How are we
And this text goes on to say, the man is almost dead. He lost the election. You won. Get over it. This is ridiculous. You talking about Biden is what he could have done. It's over. Hey, Doc, who cares if he had prostate cancer before? Who cares if he wanted to cheat and die and let Kamala Harris be his replacement? That's his choice. Who cares if the election was stolen? Get over it. Anyway, I'm not bashing Biden.
We're not even talking about the election.
I'm actually not bashing Biden at all. I'm just wondering what did they know and when did they know it? Because it does seem weird if truly, if a candidate has a fatal disease or what's thought to be fatal and they're running for re-election, is it a bit disingenuous? But then again, he didn't run after all. And this one says here, hi, Tom. I'm 91 days into chemo for thyroid and lung cancer. My cancer can't be cured, only contained. I am so glad to hear your treatment was successful. Listen, man, if you need any support going through your stuff, let me know. I'll call you on your chemo.
Let me just say to that caller, the previous one, neither you nor I nor anybody that's been on the air has said anything derogatory about Biden or about his politics. We're talking about him as a man and why his disease was allowed to spread. I don't see how that's bashing him.
Okay. This is for Bob Logan, Plumline Services. If running your AC is more expensive than running your furnace, how can a heat pump be efficient? Isn't it just your AC running backwards, Bob?
It is your air conditioner running backwards, basically. So where an air conditioner will remove the heat from the house, it's not actually blowing cold air into the house, it's removing heat from the house. When it works in reverse, it's pulling heat out of the air outside and putting it into your house. So even during cold days to -5 degrees, there's heat somewhere outside. Now, to answer the question, there's, because I struggle with this, especially in Colorado, with our gas prices being as cheap as they are and electricity not being as cheap. Do you truly see a savings? But study after study after study has been done with Xcel and the distributors and the manufacturers, and they assure us that you will see a savings. And eventually everything is going to go to
you're not saying, Bob,
anyway.
Do I hear you saying that a heat pump can be as efficient or more efficient than a furnace?
It's definitely more efficient. Now, whether there's a cost savings is another story.
Okay, I see. Like, for example, electric heat is 100% efficient, meaning the power in equals the power out. But it doesn't mean it's cheaper.
Correct. And I think that's what the caller was asking about, or the person who emailed was asking, is it less expensive? Now, because of the efficiencies, and actually, I just installed my systems last week in my house, and mine's a dual fuel. So basically, you enter in your Xcel bills, gas and electric prices, and then the system determines.
Oh, come on!
What's most efficient?
Wait a minute! You actually have an app or a program that talks to your system and it analyzes the best way to go for price?
Yep.
Are you kidding me? That's incredible. I'll bet you pretty soon they'll have them so you don't even have to enter anything. Just the AI goes out and finds out.
What kind of rebates does Xcel have right now?
Now that's the other thing with the rebates right now. You can get up to $9,000 through Xcel, and then there's federal rebates. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Between Xcel and federal rebates,
on heat pumps or on all of it.
Heat pumps, and there's with Xcel now the federal rebate is limited. I think it's $2,000 in total, but with Xcel, if you have 2 systems or 3 systems or 4 systems, some of the bigger homes do, there's no limit as to the number of systems you can apply for your
You
rebate.
said something that made my eyebrows go up. You said the heat pump can suck warm air out down to -5. So what does happen at -10? You simply have no heat if you have a heat pump?
Your furnace kicks on.
Okay. Got it.
Your gas furnace.
Yeah, for the maybe 3-4 days a year that's possible, can happen, or if you're up in the mountains or something.
Right.
That's very good to know. Really good. I love that idea of a dual fuel. And of course,
you guys remember the old kerosene heaters? I remember growing up, my parents had a kerosene standalone unit that would sit in the, I forget what room, our TV room. That thing looked like, I bet they caused a lot of fires over the years.
You think?
I think.
I remember
It's like an open flame in the middle of your room.
And they stink, too.
How were they exhausted? Did they have a flue vent going outside?
Nope.
No, man, it was just like a standalone deal.
Why wasn't that
exhausted.
poison? Why wasn't that poison to people on the inside?
I think it was a little bit, Tom.
It could explain a little bit about Mark.
Yeah.
Now, people are saying here, I got a text, that many reputable doctors are saying there is no way this was just discovered. Absolutely no way. And they said there would have been earlier indications on his regular yearly physical, and someone had to consciously elect to keep it a secret. Anyway, that I'm not bashing this man, but I am wondering about it because it is significant. So anyway, give us a call with problems, questions, and complaints. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I was asking in the beginning of the show, who do you trust and why? And what do you not trust usually? People are saying that no matter how hard they try, they cannot trust car dealers. They just don't trust them. Even when car dealers have one price, they just don't trust them. And car dealers on a list of trust, they're way down at the bottom with attorneys. People don't trust attorneys, which I find really odd because trust is a hallmark of the profession. You're going to have to trust attorneys when you hire them. I mean, otherwise you don't hire them, right? Now, by the way, I just found somebody sent me an article that mini splits, these are basically heating and air units that go on an exterior wall, and they call it a split because the head is on the inside of the house, which blows your heat or hot or cool air into the house, and the compressor and the guts for the furnace and the air are on the outside of the house. So it's split. It's not one unit. I didn't know this, Bob, but mini splits need to be maintained not exactly, but need to maintain just like furnaces and air. You have to clean them and service them. I didn't know that. I didn't realize that. So what do you do? Do they have to be cleaned?
Absolutely, yeah. Really, everything should be maintained in your home. Your plumbing system, your electrical system. Yeah. Those are things that are kind of out of sight, out of mind. People don't think about. But yes, mini splits do have to be maintained. And if you, for those people who don't quite understand what a mini split is, if you've ever traveled to Europe, you see them a lot. But it's typically a cartridge that's about 3 feet wide, maybe 8 or 12 inches tall, and it's usually high up on the ceiling, and then the outside. So the great thing about mini splits is you can put them in room by room. If you have a real hot or cold spot in your house that your furnace cannot keep up with, your air conditioner cannot keep up with, it's a great option for that one room. People use them for additions. Yeah. There's a lot of great uses for mini splits.
Thank you. We got to take a break. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. By the way, Compass Insurance will do insurance checkups to make sure you're not overinsured, underinsured, you're not paying too much, and they give you an honest assessment. TheInsuranceHelpCenter.com, 303-996-9000.
Yep.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
I started Wave 8 Financial Management, or Wave 8 Wealth Management, to help people who have money they want to invest and they truly want someone literally to do it, not to say they're doing it and putting it with a big firm. I found it very easy to compete with the industry because our people deal directly with our clients and we invest money for them and with them. My money is 100% invested as well in the same company. This is not by proxy. This is person to person. If you truly want to experience this, give us a call and talk to us with no obligation. 303-771-HELP, 303-771-4357, or wave8capital.com. That's the number 8, wave8capital.com. Excel Roofing, one of the only companies I know that will do 100% of the work before they get a penny. They don't collect a cent until you're content. That's their motto. And they are a roofing company that gives you complete and fair estimates up front and sticks to them 100%. We don't get complaints about Excel Roofing. They're the roofer you can trust. EXCEL as in excellent, excelroofing.com. And you know what? I've been dealing with them for so many years. They've done so many roofs for me. 303-761-6400, 303-761-6400. Someone else we know and trust on this show, he's our expert for personal injury, is John Fuller. The first thing we have after, of course, a need maybe for medical attention and that kind of stuff, we always have a need for information when we're in an accident. Whose fault? Why? How do I collect? What is it worth? What should I do next? John Fuller will take your phone calls without any obligation to hire him and answer your questions. You know, no other attorney does that up front before you hire him. So John Fuller will talk to you. Give him a call. Just say, I want to talk to John personally. 303-597-4500. When you talk to him, and if it's a good fit, you can hire him on a percentage fee basis. 303-597-4500.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
It looks like, I can't find it on Fox, but it looks like the Supremes came back and said, you can deport anybody from Venezuela.
Without due process, Mark? Without.
Well, if they're illegal, of course, not literally just from them. Here it is.
Right.
Supreme Court lets Trump lift deportation protections from Venezuelans. This is Forbes. I hate these sites where they want you to pay.
Yeah, I do too.
That drives me nuts.
Yeah, then you can't read the rest of it.
Paywalls.
That's
Paywall.
Yeah, that's wild. Sure enough, that's the gig.
All right, welcome to the show. Tom Martino here, along with Marc Mager, and then our guest today, Bob Logan from Plumline Services, Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, Electric, and Drains. We have Deputy Bo, Deputy Doc. Bill's got a comment. Go ahead, Bill. What's going on with you, sir?
Real quick, Tom, if you go back to the beginning of Biden's administration, he was touting the fact that they would have a cure for cancer. And I'm wondering if at that point he already had prostate cancer.
And no way of knowing.
A real possibility.
No way of knowing. But
obviously we don't.
I have the majority of people texting me are saying there's no way. There is absolutely no way that they didn't know.
Well, that's right, because if you're, particularly the President of the United States, they're going to do a PSA test on him, and at his age, in addition to that. And, you know, that's just a simple blood test, as you know.
Yeah.
And they would have known immediately if he was over 4, headed towards 10, or what, you know, it could have been anything above that. They would have had to do a biopsy of his prostate and confirming that he had prostate cancer. It's a no-brainer.
And I don't know the point of I don't know the point of delving into this, except they are. And let's face it, it's political. They're trying to show that they had this plan to get Kamala Harris in as president because they knew Biden couldn't do it. And then eventually he had to drop out altogether, not just because of the cancer, but because of his cognitive decline. You know, and then here's another thing people are saying in the text messages, that he truly wasn't running the country anyway, that really it was by committee. Well, and here's another thing I want to know, and I'm asking this out of ignorance. Does anyone know how AutoPen actually works? I was told by my boyfriend, I looked it up, and they say that AutoPen is literally an automatic signing mechanism that they do, software controlled, but it sometimes is a mechanical device or a software device that gives the signature of the person who authorizes. Now, the controversy surrounding Biden is that they used his genuine AutoPen, but did not get his consent on each and every document, and that they just snuck him through, and he was so out of it, he didn't even notice it. So I mean, I didn't really know what AutoPen meant. I knew it was something like DocuSign or something electronic or something that was mechanical. But they're saying that his AutoPen, many of those, he absolutely has no idea that he did them, and that many of them can be reversed. Has anyone looked into the AutoPen part? That's another controversy unto itself.
Yeah, well, that's true. I just wanted to make a comment about the prostate thing, because he could have functioned with prostate cancer as president.
Thank you. So, Mark or Doc or Bo, any comments on AutoPens? Have you looked into that? The more I looked into it, and I did it because I didn't understand fully what is AutoPen, and it's exactly what it sounds like. It's where you affix your signature to something automatically. But what's not legally, the president or anyone who uses AutoPen, they're obligated to know exactly where the signature is going, and they just do it as a convenience. And so they might say, here's a pardon for so-and-so, here's a pardon for so-and-so, but they have to run it by. And I am being told by some of the research on AI that there's a real possibility that Biden had no idea what he was doing with AutoPen, and that there was a great potential for abuse. Again, I'm not trying to bash him. I'm just saying that maybe we should have an age limit on a presidency. I don't know. Maybe we should.
Tom?
Yes?
Yeah, the auto pen, I looked it up, it's been used since the Eisenhower administration,
Right.
but I think, you use it for certificates, honorable, discharges, but I think the president needs to have an idea what
of course
he's allowing people to use the auto pen for,
Right.
but I'm sure a president has to sign thousands of documents a day, so it is a necessary evil, but I think in this case, it's come out in the news that Biden's aides wouldn't give the cabinet members access to Biden because his health was failing so much, and that's just really a disservice to the American people when the aides don't allow the president of the United States to have contact with the cabinet members because of his declining mental health.
I know.
So I believe he wasn't using, not knowing who had access to his auto pen machine.
So,
in my opinion,
and that's the allegation, of course. Okay, so we talked about, somebody had a question about mini splits. They still don't fully understand it. Okay, here I'm going to explain it this way. If you go downstairs and look at your furnace, okay, or I say downstairs, wherever your furnace is, it's a big unit with a blower. It takes in fresh air and it heats it, or it brings in air to be cooled with the air conditioner, which is outside. But let's just take the furnace part. It brings in outside air. It burns gas to create heat, and then the air flows over that heat exchanger into the house to warm the inside air. Then return air comes back from the house and back mixes with the fresh air, and it does it again over and over and over. So it is heating the air. The air is moving over a heat exchanger, and a heat exchanger is like the heat's on the inside of the exchanger. The air flows over it or through it. But what a mini split does, so it's all in one unit. That is sent through the ductwork in your home, the heated air. A mini split takes the burning part or the condensing part. There's really not a burner, and it puts it outside the house. And then it takes the business end that blows the air in on the wall inside your house. So it's split. It's one unit split into two sections. One section is on the inside wall of your house. The other section is outside on the ground. And what it is really an air conditioning system. And then to get heat, they reverse cycle it. So the condenser and the coil are outside, and the blower part is on the wall. So it's controlled remotely, and it's split. The benefit is this. If you have a room with an exterior wall, then you can put a mini split in it. You don't have to run any ductwork at all. Installation is less expensive than a conventional furnace. Operation can be slightly higher for a mini split, but they're making newer mini splits now that are very efficient. Now, Bob, I'm being told here that mini splits are being opted for by many older homes now instead of replacing furnaces. Is that right?
You broke up slightly there, Tom. You
Okay,
said they're
I'm being told
opted
that
for what?
that many older homes, when it comes to replacing a furnace, are choosing instead to go with one or two mini splits.
Yeah, and there's several reasons for that, but especially in Colorado with the older homes, they were not designed for air conditioning systems. So the ductwork does not support the airflow that a conventional air conditioning system needs. Therefore, you have to completely remodel your home to get air conditioning, or the other option is going with a mini split.
Okay, so the mini
Does
split.
that make sense? Because
how much is a mini split?
Because for a furnace to run, you don't need you don't get the static pressure or the amount of airflow needed to run an air conditioning system.
Okay.
So in order to run an air conditioning system, you'd have to expand the ductwork.
I get it. Because air conditioning requires much more airflow than heat, right?
Correct. Yes.
Because you're pushing out hot
Bob's
air.
got a Tom.
Yes.
Bob made an excellent point. The greatest advantage of mini splits is that there's no sheet metal ductwork. The ductwork on a job is probably 80% of it. And Bob's right. These homes in Colorado are just not designed to have the required square area for air conditioning. So with a mini split, since you don't need ductwork, you can get a lot of airflow, and the price is so much cheaper because installing ductwork is so expensive. And the main advantage with a mini split is no ductwork is required for them to work.
Now, let's talk about this, Bob. On a 2,500 square foot house, you have one furnace. How many mini splits would you need?
Oh, boy, that all depends on the configuration of the house. You know, an open floor plan as opposed to a closed floor plan. I mean, there's
I see.
I would.
So
it's a complete guess.
let's say you need 2 mini splits. How does that compare in price on a 2,500 square foot house, medium or high efficiency, just apples with apples? How would the price of 2 mini splits compare with one furnace?
Well, you're not going to save money installing a mini split over a furnace and air conditioning system. Again, it's more dependent on the needs and desires of the homeowner and what the home will accommodate.
All right.
So you're not going to save money on buying and installing a mini split over a traditional system.
But you certainly would, though, if you had a room. Okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying apples to apples, dollar for dollar. It's not the big savings. But sometimes you have to do it because you can't put in the ductwork, and sometimes you have to do it because of the way the house is configured. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Thank you.
Sorry. Shannon, feel free to just hit the
W Denver, 630 KHOW, and iHeartRadio.
Hey, feel free to just go to break.
Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Feel free to be better at this after 40 years.
All right.
This report is sponsored by WhatsApp.
All right, I'm here to help. I'm trying to be encouraging.
Clear on problem spots at this hour. Pena's been running just a little slow coming out of the airport.
I believe in you, Tom.
On to I-70 eastbound right around Chambers. Looks like a little construction there. 270 west up through Vasquez. Also coming out of Commerce City, some slight slowing, but I-25's at the posted speed limit. Heading into the foothills, US 6. Got delays there up Clear Creek Canyon west of Golden. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Wondering what a personal message with your credit card number has in common with way too many pictures of your dog? Well, they're both private. Because on WhatsApp, your personal messages are yours. No one else can see or hear them, not even us. WhatsApp, message privately with everyone.
Let's talk about 2 things I believe every company should have: heritage and variety. You want a company that's been around, established, and can do it the right way, and has proof that they've done it the right way for years and years and years, like Gravina's. From good old dad to Larry and Nick. Larry took over from his dad, Nick took over with Larry, and now they have Gravina's windows with 50 lines of windows, multiple lines of siding. They are on 950 West Evans, 303 Gravina, or gravinas.com. That's 303 Gravina. Hey, you know what else? You want flat rate pricing when it comes to criminal defense, and I'll tell you why. If you have a DUI or a traffic offense or something you've been accused of, it can be very, very expensive. Joe Lazzara will actually meet with you and answer all of your questions free of charge up front. And then he quotes a flat rate for the entire case. This is the way to do it. Don't shop when you're under pressure. I've done the shopping for you. Lazzara, Lazzara Legal, 303-429-6200, 303-429-6200.
Fabulous.
has it, BH. He doesn't. If you text him or call him, it is so hit or miss. If he
Really?
ever knows it happens, it's very remarkable, actually.
Well, my son's 38. He won't answer his phone, but he'll always answer a text.
Hey, ask Dad if he got my text. Does he want to go up to the casino tomorrow or not? Okay. Hey, do you want to go up to the casino tomorrow? All right, we'll plan on that. I just got to move something around tomorrow, but I'm making sure you wanted to. Yeah. All right, bye.
What does your dad play when he goes up there?
What's that, brother?
Does he do roulette or craps or what?
What you play? Just hold him.
Oh, he plays poker?
Yeah, he plays, 3 times a week in his community.
Wow.
Yeah, he plays all the time. That's basically his hobby, man. He's been doing that forever and a day. He used to play bridge, but then he kind of got burned out in bridge. He played bridge not like my mom. She's a master or whatever.
Is she really?
Mm-hmm. She's played with Bill Gates. She's played with Warren Buffett.
Wow.
Yeah, she's played with some of the best in the world. Not that those two are, but... that is definitely her deal. She probably plays 5 times a week, Doc.
Wow. Well, bridge, the whole thing is just the bidding. The card playing is almost perfunctory. Once you've got the bid, it's kind of easy to play the hand. It's getting to the right bid that's so complicated.
Here you go.
.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. Tommy,
yes,
you
sir.
there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, Mark. Mark. Renew Home Innovations has these beautiful walk-in showers. I mean, they're stunning with sheet porcelain, no maintenance whatsoever. And if you want to do it in your bathroom, you can do the whole bath. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000. What I love is that you can have it done in 2 or 3 days and have months to pay, sometimes years, depending on the plan. RenewHomeInnovations.com. So Bob Logan is with us, Plumbline Services. We're talking about plumbing, heating, cooling, electric drains. We're also talking about, of course, your life, whatever's on your mind. I ask people who they trust. People say that, not people, a couple have said they're accountants. They totally trust their accountants because they hire them to do a job. They do a job and they trust them. They trust their bookkeepers. These are all high levels of trust. As I've said before, car dealers are very low on the trust poll. Home services, it's really a mixed bag. Some people say, yes, of course, I trust people that come into my home to fix things. Others say, I don't like when they try to sell me something. And here's a very delicate question. Bob Logan with Plumbline here. I have a question. Bob.
Yes.
You can almost repair anything, and then, of course, you can replace it. I think the fine line is when to push someone, and I don't mean, maybe the word push is even wrong, But the fine line is when to recommend replacement over repair. How do you guys reconcile that?
Yeah, so we are all about first diagnosing the situation, figuring out what's wrong with whether it's your furnace, your water heater, electrical panel, whatever the case might be, and then giving you options, both short-term and long-term. Short-term meaning a repair, and then there might be some additional things that go along with that, and then, of course, replacement. So that way a homeowner has all the information they need to make an intelligent decision.
Okay.
Do they want to put, say, $1,500 into a 20-year-old furnace, or do they want to take that money and use it to put towards a newer, higher efficiency furnace?
Here's what I think
in
in general,
it's their
Bob.
money.
Bob, help me out here, but I think in general, if you have a furnace right now, based on the current technology and everything, I think if you have a furnace 20 years old, you shouldn't do any repairs. That's my personal opinion. What do you think?
I agree wholeheartedly. Even 10 to 15 years, and a lot of that depends on how it's maintained. If a furnace has been maintained every year, you should get a good 20 years out of it. But if it hasn't been maintained, within 10 or 12 years, you're going to start seeing these high repairs, and it might make sense at that point to replace it. So again, every situation is a little bit different. And I do want to touch on one thing as far as, upselling. So, a lot of homeowners, we want to make sure that we want to benefit them before we leave the house. And so, since we're talking about furnace and air conditioning systems, that's a good subject. In Colorado, we live in a very dry climate. A lot of people don't realize that you can add humidification to your home. During the winter months especially, people have dry skin, they wake up with bloody noses, maybe allergies, and so we can offer products that most homeowners aren't even aware exist.
Right.
So in addition to your furnace, we
break.
I gotta take this break, Bob.
Or indoor air quality.
Hold on, I gotta take this break. We have more coming right up. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Shut up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
Is sponsored by WhatsApp.
All right, pretty quiet drive. Highways and byways checking clear on problem spots at this hour. Pena's been running just a little slow.
To be fair, the only person I ever met that was really good at that part of the job is Ken Moon.
Looks like a little construction there. 270 west up to Vasquez. Also coming out of Commerce City, some slight slow.
Oh, no, I would absolutely belittle him, too, for being technically the best ever at radio, but I get it. Yep.
West of Golden. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Wondering what a personal message with your credit card number has in common with way too many pictures of your dog? Well, they're both private. Because on WhatsApp, your personal messages are yours. No one else can see or hear them, not even us. WhatsApp, message privately with everyone.
Homevestors.com. If you want to get your home purchased, Homevestors are the people we know and trust. Now, of course, you can sell the conventional way and probably get more money. But there are many people that just want cash. They want to get out. They don't want loan approvals. They don't want inspections. They don't want anything. They just want to sell. Maybe deferred maintenance, all of that. You can do that through Homevestors. 800-44-BUYER. They'll give you a bid. Call them. You have nothing to lose. It's a phone call, but we trust them. 800-44-BUYER. Now, speaking of homes and investments, did you ever want to be a landlord? And you thought about it, but you thought all of the hassles involved? Vestera Turnkey helps you become a landlord, and they help you do it in markets that are promising, with upside potential, with good rents. They identify the properties through extensive research. They help you purchase the property as your broker, and then they help you sell the property when the time is right. And in between, they even help you with the management and the day-to-day phone calls. It's all turnkey. Vestera Turnkey. Call for more information. 303-888-3788. 303-888-3788. VesteraTurnkey.com.
Very kind, thank you.
Wait, did I have? Oh, wait, I had another 30 I didn't do. If you need it, I can throw it in.
Oh, that makes sense. You okay?
Yeah, tell me when to do it.
I got it. Oh, do you now? Okay.
Yeah. You want me to do it?
Yeah, a little bit.
All right.
Taking
Right after
5
this one.
years to develop.
It boasts a
Oh, that's great plan, Tom.
exceptional ergonomics and independently certified precision.
It sets a higher standard, Tudor standards.
Come experience the entire collection of fine Swiss Tudor timepieces for men and women at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, including the legendary Black Bay and the all-new Pelagos FXD.
For those who are up for anything, who face their fears,
And those who reinvent themselves every day.
for those born to dare, Tudor.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, on the corner of Broadway and Bellevue, your official Tudor jeweler.
Everyone needs some kind of an estate plan. Mackenzie Law can do a simple will. They can do a trust. They can do a combination of the two. They can help you with LLCs, a very creative way for passing assets through generations. Whatever it is, you can depend on Mackenzie. Dan Mackenzie, Mackenzie Law, 833-CO-PLANS. 833-CO-PLANS.
Awesome.
Thank you. Are we going to go back to music?
Tom, you're kind of a stage 4 pain in the ass.
I'm not a stage 4. Thank God.
No, I just mean a pain in the... Oh, my God.
Yeah. Stage 4.
Yeah.
Never heard it that way before. My wife would agree.
I texted you, but you didn't want to read it on the air, that I wish Joe a full and speedy recovery. However, I do feel awful for whoever found the lump. Yuck. Imagine fishing around that trunk. Yeah. However, it could have been Jill that found the lump and then covered it up.
That's
might have just been on a recreational tour back there and came across.
God, that's disgusting.
What? Inside a faithful, committed relationship? Here you go.
Hi, Tom Martino. You know, K&H Home Solutions does window siding, doors, and more. They also have painting now. K&H Painter Pros, and that is at khwindows.com. Hey, so Ray's has a comment or a question about Audi, I believe. Ray's, go ahead.
Yes, Tom. I was just wondering, I need your advice. I have to take my Audi to a auto repair shop, and I was wondering which one would you recommend me?
You know what? I don't know of any particular Audi shops, but I do know good shops in general. Tell me, what kind of repairs are you talking about?
I think it has to do something with the gas pump because it's
okay.
I think there's a leak of gas.
Sheridan Autotech. Sheridan Autotech has a foreign car specialist. It's SheridanAutotech.com. 303-455-7242. 455-7242. Okay, we got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Awesome.
Thank you. You're a
Find
good
place
man,
to
Charlie
dinner
Brown.
After the graduation, a nice dinner for everybody.
Yeah, we did. It was. It's like the only restaurant there that's somewhat nice, if you will. I forget the name of it, but
Yeah, it's probably not too many.
it's not that fancy at all. But it's decent.
No, that's good.
Okay, I'll be right back, guys.
There are some subtle signs and subtle reports that suggest that we are at the most hopeful point ever since Israel restarted at the end of the last ceasefire just weeks ago, that there could be some hope of a breakthrough in those talks amid a lot of US pressure. President Trump was saying has really doubled down and suggested that he now wants to see an end to the war in Gaza. President Trump and Russia's President Vladimir Putin has concluded, lasting nearly 2 hours. The White House has yet to issue a readout, saying President Trump plans to talk to Ukraine's leader to all to help work for a ceasefire deal. This is ABC News. In California, police have suspect that the car bombing outside a fertility clinic in Palm Springs Valley had an explosion. Last after injuring 5 others. ATV obtained online writing to identify suspect Guy Marcus, saying he believed the world should not operate. Federal authorities call it an intentional act of terrorism. This is Jensen in Palm Springs. Many people are in Palm Springs, but on vacation. There's really about that. So if you imagine.
Want to try to restart?
Can't do it. They did it already downstairs.
What happened?
Oh, the computer's down.
Can't get the login.
I rebooted this one time and couldn't log in for a week.
Yeah, something that's only really concerned by Kelly.
Did you get to say hi to the governor, Shannon?
No, I'm good.
You're good.
They bro hugged and everything.
Wait. Hold on. This might help.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Has he?
Yeah, last
You guys go to lunch or something?
No, last year the daughter was.
They shared a hot dog.
CSU. And a few months
Come on, these
out,
are gold and nobody's
write a
listening.
letter.
Like a recommendation letter? Like a recommendation letter?
No, just say, hey, congratulations, son.
Oh,
Getting your boob
and
approved.
he did it?
And he said, let me shoot you a video.
Oh.
So he sent like a 90-second video congratulating her.
Your daughter?
Yeah.
Well, you know something? I have a different respect. That was nice of him,
It was
Shannon.
crazy. And then showing it to my raging lefty friends, they freaked out. How the hell do you know the governor? Kind of part of the job. But,
Were you in the control room when he was doing the interview?
no, just now?
Yeah.
I was over here.
Oh.
Unfortunately.
What was he in here for?
Talking to Ross.
Oh.
They're
All
Well, he
right.
must like Russ.
You are now up, sir.
Yeah,
I
they're-
apologize for the delay.
Because he doesn't do interviews for anybody.
Were you in right. No, yeah, no, he and Ross are very tight.
Oh, interesting. Huh. Oh, nice try. I got it. Now, let me help.
Appreciate it.
I'm going to
He says, send questions for the governor if you have. I said, well,
It's way too light.
Yeah, we need to fill this up with water. I got it. We need Doc to spit in it.
What brand is that, Doc? Clear American? I've never heard that.
What's that?
What brand is that soda you're drinking?
It's
Clear American. I've never heard of that before.
It's from Walmart.
Oh, okay. Is it their brand?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like it. They have decent flavors. And the guys in my poker group like it. So.
What is it, Doc?
What do they like in it? Bourbon or
what?
Vodka, bourbon?
No, people don't drink at the game because it's
the stakes are for picking up $1,000 during it. Yeah, you guys don't drink, do you, Doc? Stakes.
Rapid radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Business owners can now keep in touch with up to 200 staff members at one time. Go to rapidradios.com.
The wrong case, buddy.
60% off and free shipping.
How do I talk to Tom?
If he's there, just hit offline. That's all you got to do, Bob.
And make sure the mic is off.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't want the mic on.
Hey,
then
Tom.
everybody will hear it.
Oh, Tom.
So you want it on program and you want it on off.
I'm here.
Yeah, just like that. There he goes.
Hey, so I'm waiting to hear from the FAA. I took my Class 3 medical exam and I failed the colorblind test.
What? Really?
Yeah, they said I have severe. They said I have severe color blindness, which I know I have, like, trouble distinguishing. But like, I can look at like the KHOW logo and know that's red. You know, I can tell red and green. But they said I had severe color blindness. So apparently.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. We're here to help you solve your problems any way we can do it or answer your questions. So welcome to the only show of its kind anywhere. We've been talking about, among other things in your calls, which you can get right in right now at 303-713-TALK. We've been talking about trust and who you trust, who you don't trust. Many people say that they trust their healthcare providers. A lot of that has to do with the state. There are many, this is what's amazing. There are many malpractice suits filed every single year, depending on the number of cases. So, in other words, the rate of claims per physicians. So somebody calculated the number of malpractice claims per 1,000 physicians, and they compared it to other specialty groups. And malpractice is a major problem in the medical business. However, what's really weird is that very few of them actually win. Deputy Doc You were in a doctor for 45 years. You delivered babies. By the way, OBGYN area is very high in malpractice claims. Not necessarily wins or victories, but claims. When it comes to trust, what's really odd is people say they trust their OBGYN more so than any other doctor. There are doctors they don't trust. There are doctors they do trust. A couple of the doctors that are trusted, really trusted, are orthopedic doctors and OBGYN. But why are there so many malpractice claims in that field, Doc?
I'm surprised that there's that many claims. It's just that the claims, if they are agreed upon and perfected, the cost is so high. If you have a child that you were accused of negligence and the court agrees with you, think about it. You and or the insurance company have to pay for that child's care for as long as it lives.
If it's that severe, right.
Yeah, if it's that severe.
Now, the highest number of malpractice claims, not just in OBGYN, I mean for medicine, what do you think the number one state is for malpractice?
Pennsylvania.
Really? Why would you say that? I'm just curious.
Well, because you have Pittsburgh and Philadelphia is notorious for making claims. The malpractice, the insurance is incredibly high in Pennsylvania. So I just assume we have two big cities that might be, I don't know, what is it?
Well, it is, by the way, Pennsylvania is number 2 for malpractice claims.
So it's close.
For every 1,000 physicians, there are 503 claims. 503 claims for every 1,000.
Wow, that's just like a 50.
Yeah,
that's
50%.
Amazing.
Yeah. Now, in New York, for every 1,000 physicians, there's 660 claims. So New York and Pennsylvania are the highest in the entire country. And then coming in second or third, you have New Mexico. I don't know why New Mexico and Florida are so high. I have no idea why.
Well, Florida, because you have a high degree of elderly patients who may have, if things go wrong with an elderly patient, they're more likely to cause a suit rather than in a young person.
And by the way, Colorado is pretty mild. For every 1,000 physicians, you have 138 claims. That's not a lot. Now, these are claims, not victories. California's not that bad. California is 277 claims per 1,000 physicians. Now, somebody said here, now this is what's amazing. And I asked people, I texted back, and I asked them if they were black or white, only because they said they don't trust police. And the ones who did not trust police were black, and the ones who did trust police are white. Now, obviously, I can't say one way or another when it comes to blacks. I don't know. But do you truly feel, I know I have black listeners, of course, do you truly feel you can't trust police? In this day and age, right now, are police truly, do you still feel a bit threatened as a black man when it comes to police? I'd like to know that. I want to hear from you. Do you feel that there is some kind of built-in prejudice against, prejudice against black men? Another one, a number of employers say they cannot trust Gen Z. Again, this Gen Z, my God, does Gen Z get a beating. They can't trust job applications, that they have found people lying on job apps. And many of the Gen Z people admit lying. Where do you think they lie the most when it comes to their job app? Where would you say? What would you say they lie about? They lie about
their duties are what the job requires.
They lie about their experience. Many of them make up experience. So,
Jesus, how much could they make up? They were born between like 97 and 2012.
By the way,
how much experience could you make up?
I don't know, but man, Mark, I swear to you, the employers say overall, Gen Z is getting a black eye in so many ways. And as Mark pointed out, the ages of a Gen Zer is going to be 11 to 26. So we're talking basically 18 to 26-year-olds. I mean, let's face it, for the job industry. But they're saying that this is the worst generation that they've come across when it comes to lying, laziness, entitlement. Now, millennials are 27 to 42 years old. Millennials have now taken a back seat, and Gen Zs are the target of a lot of ire of employers. And they're saying they hate hiring anyone from 18 to 26 years old. They hate it because they say that they are lazy and entitled. Now, I'm going to say someone who's not lazy and entitled. I mean, I know winners. That's because I know Mark's kids. And I mean, his are exceptional. So, Mark, your kids not only stand out for a good generation, they stand out from Gen Zs like 1,000%. His daughter's one of the youngest attorneys ever to practice. I mean, she just got her license. Got her graduation over the weekend and going to go for the Bar Association. And then his son is managing Walmart, for God's sakes. I think, Mark, part of the reason, I'm not saying they don't stand out. They stand out by themselves, but compared to their peers, they stand out way more. Gen Z has a black eye, basically. Now, Bob Logan, you're in the business of hiring.
Yeah, but I want to say something about Gen Z again. They're so young.
Right.
I mean, think about that. Gen Z at 12, if you were born in 2012, I mean, you might be 14 right now.
Yeah, well,
so
we're talking.
It's a really tough one to go.
Mark, I'm really
talking
about.
Still, they're 25 years old.
Right.
Or younger.
Right.
A lot of people don't get their poo together until they're, mid-20s, early 30s.
I hate to say, well, in my day, but Mark, what were we doing at 22? We were supporting ourselves.
Well, we were working our asses off, but you and I are a little different.
Right, right.
Well, Tom, you and I are the greatest generation. Remember that.
That was what they were called, and we would be baby boomer, basically.
Well, you're a baby boomer.
You
I
are
missed
too,
it by 1 year.
Doc. Baby boomers go to 77 years old.
Right. So I'm over 77.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I'm sorry.
You knew I was 80.
I didn't know that yet, but Doc, I honest to God, I thought you were still, I don't know. I thought you were in your late 70s, somewhere in there. But in any case, you're doing really well as far as, now cognitively, I'd put you up against Joe Biden.
Thank you.
And prostate-wise, I'd put you up against him. I shouldn't make fun of that. I really shouldn't make fun of that. I'm so sorry. And I mean that. I'm sorry for that. But in any case.
Hey, Tom?
Yeah.
I know you love these surveys. I have one here. I will give $100 to our fund if you could tell me what country has the highest divorce rate.
Wow. Now, you're not going to let me look it up, so let me think right now. I'd say the
Of course
U.S.
not.
I'd say the U.S.
We're in the middle of the pack. India has the lowest divorce rate, and Portugal has the highest divorce rate.
I wonder why. Did they give a reason in the article?
No, just a list, and I know you like to go through that.
No. What I like is how I like the commentary on society because I think it gives insights. Because, believe it or not, this is what I don't understand. 18 to 26-year-olds, again, it's 11 to 26 Gen Z, but Gen Z also has some of the lowest complaint rates for consumer problems. Now, if they're so entitled, why would they not be more of a complainer? Now, Dennis has a comment on police. Go ahead, Dennis.
Yes,
I'm not black or I'm not white. You know, it's not just black and white out there. But I'm a Mexican American.
Okay.
And you know, the black is only like, why did you say 10% in Colorado?
Yeah.
But you're always talking about black and white. There's other people
I was
out here
talking about that on
that
trust
aren't
for
black
police.
or white.
What about you? What about, do you trust
that's
police?
what I was going to say. Hell no, and I'm 78 years old. Never have and never will. But I thought I'd just say, you know, we're always hearing about black and white. But there's you know, we're considered a minority, but we're not. That's an oxymoron. And I'm talking Mexican America. I'm not talking about immigrants. Okay, thanks.
All right, well, thank you. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I didn't ask.
Bye.
When those people texted
You know what's funny is...
Go ahead, Mark.
The black population in Colorado, at least according to this, is just barely over 4%. And I think the Hispanic population, I know he said, you know, Mexican...
yeah, Hispanic.
But Hispanic is the only number I'm pulling up is higher than that. So that's interesting.
Yeah, and again, I didn't ask about trusting police among Mexican Americans. I asked the people who said they didn't trust out of curiosity, were they black?
I think a lot of it has age, too. I think if you ask, how old was that person? Like 80 or something?
78.
Who knows? 78? I mean, think of the different things he's seen in his life that someone that's 14 hasn't seen. I mean, that's just the way that is.
I would have loved to ask Dennis a question. When you have all these demonstrations against our immigration policy and deportation policies, why do they all wave Mexican flags if they want to stay in America? I would think if you're protesting being sent back to Mexico because of our laws, you would have our flag and our Mexican flags.
You know, this is saying 22% of the state's population identifies as Hispanic or Latino.
Wow.
That's almost a quarter of the state.
That's a big,
and then Denver,
a big sliver, isn't it?
Denver, it's over a third of the state. He really did have a good point on that. Everybody always is talking black and white, but wow, that's almost a quarter of the state right there.
You got a break, buddy.
Okay, I got to take this break, and then one of the biggest areas of trust, the distrust came from you-know-what politics. I mean, that is a clear, decisive, people say they do not trust people of the other party, period, no matter what business they're in. And they use a business. Some people have actually stopped using a business because they heard about their political affiliation. I don't know if I would ever do that. We got more coming right up.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
If you're ever in trouble with a DUI, a traffic offense, maybe a scuffle with your neighbor, something got out of hand at a bar, I'm serious. These things we don't expect, but if they ever enter your life or you know someone in trouble, tell them about Joe Lazzara. Joe Lazzara will answer your important questions right up front when you call him. Free of charge, initial consultations, and then flat rate pricing. Don't ever shop for an attorney when you are under pressure. Take this name and number down. I hope you never need it, but if you need it or if you have to refer someone, it's Joseph A. Lazzara, Lazzara, LazzaraLegal.com, 303-429-6200.
50, 65. What do you got? What other travel you got, Bob? Anything cool?
Not yet. We usually try to do something in the fall too. But haven't. What are you guys doing this summer?
Not quite sure yet. Just because of Tom, so we're kind of like just letting everything get finished up there.
Yeah.
But maybe a bus trip. Maybe it's hard to. I don't know. But if we do, we're going to go up towards like Michigan or up by the Great Lakes and shit. She wants to go up there.
That'd be cool. I've never been up there.
We've been to Wisconsin to a lake house and drove up to the tip and looked at some pretty cool, really old school lighthouses and stuff right there. But not really spent any long time up there. Oh no, what happened?
I can't go number 2 anymore.
K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. WaterPros.net, the best water system at the lowest prices at the kitchen sink for drinking water. 303-862-5554. Now, let's talk to Andrew has a comment on police and trusting police. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, I was just going to say, kind of in my lifetime, I'm 57.
Yes.
And, you know, like in the 70s and 80s and even into the 90s, I've seen some situations where some police were just looking to thump somebody's skull, you know, and not all of them.
Rodney King.
There's a lot of good ones. Yeah, exactly. And I think that, you know, when the defund the police and everything came, it kind of shifted the pendulum from the police side more to the public side, but I think it went a little bit too far on the other side.
Like everything in politics, huh?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of good police out there, but I've seen a lot of bad that were, you know, they were just using situations to either get out their anger or just plain to thump somebody, you know, and And, nowadays I just think that, the police are kind of back on their heels, which is, I don't think that's the best position for them to be in. But, they're being scrutinized for everything that they do now. And it's, like I said, I just think the pendulum shifted quite a bit, but too far.
I get it. I think that the defund police was the stupidest thing I ever heard in my life. However, I do know the frustration that caused it. But I think the idea of defunding police is so stupid. Of course, we don't even hear that anymore. It's not obviously all police. I mean, you had a couple of idiots on the force in Minneapolis, but to go through the country like that was crazy, just crazy. We need to support law enforcement, but there are some idiots. There are some idiot police officers, and I don't know what it is, but I've noticed it. There is a certain amount of officers. They escalate everything too quickly, too much. I'll never forget, I swear to God, that I saw a family in a van. It happened to be a Mexican family in a van. They were coming to Denver to have medical procedures done from Pueblo. They were broken down on Santa Fe. I pulled up and saw them pulled over. I saw this woman out looking at the car, and I said, "What's going on?" She says, "My van broke down. We're going to Children's Hospital, and I need help." And I said, "I'll tell you what. I will have your your van towed over to Pro Auto Care, and I'll take care of whatever it is, or I'll try to find out what's wrong with it. And I'll get you guys a ride over to Children's so you can check in." And a police officer from Inglewood, and by the way, all of the negative experience I've ever had with police have been Inglewood. The guy from Inglewood, the police officer shows up and says, "What's going on?" And she starts talking to him. And I was there, and he says, "You leave." And I said, "Excuse me, I was here helping her. I want to have her van towed." He said, "No, we'll take care of it." So what they were doing is he'd call a tow company. She'd have to pay full tilt. I was going to have it done. I said, "Officer, I was going to have her towed free of charge and help her out." He said, "If you do not leave, you're under arrest for interfering with police." And I said, "What?" And he starts walking toward me with his hand on his gun. And this is the kind of stuff that I think makes people hate police. But those are the kinds of things I think, I don't know, police, like, either they're in a bad mood, or they just want to take control of everything. I've seen so many people get into trouble for innocent things like that. But I don't think it's every police officer. I just think, like, in every single occupation, you have idiots and you have good people. I mean, I think it goes for police too. I think you have police officers who are wonderful people, and you probably have police officers who are just jerks. But
Tom, I think.
Go ahead.
You said something that I think is true in all trades of life. There's, and it's usually the small percentage of bad apples that give a black eye to the entire industry, whether it's police officers, whether it's bad attorneys, whether it's bad tradesmen in plumbing, heating, cooling, or electrical, whether it's bad mechanics. I think the majority of people are good people. The majority of police officers, tradespeople, mechanics, they're good people, hardworking people. They just want to do their job and serve their community. But then you get a few people with egos or crooks or whatever the case might be. And unfortunately, that small percentage ends up representing the entire industry.
We tend to, that's right. And so Bob, while I have you here with your mic on, somebody wants to know if a mini split can handle sub-zero weather.
Yes, it can. Depending on the manufacturer, I don't want to give bad figures here, but yes, they can handle sub-zero weather.
Someone else said they saw an ad for mini splits that can be self-installed because they're so simple. Is that sounds complicated to me. I mean, doing a hole in your exterior wall and trying to put a mini split in, my God. But have you heard of self-installation or do-it-yourselfers doing it?
I have. I mean, you can buy a furnace online if you want to.
Well, of course.
I mean, yeah, I'm with you. That's 90% of the calls we get from people who have repairs. Usually, it's something they try to do themselves, and then the repair ends up costing more because they exasperated the situation. But these are things that I would not, unless you are a trained professional, deal with.
Hey, while we're on the topic of HVAC, Deputy Bo, did you ever call that company about the $5,600 gas valve?
He stepped out, Thomas.
Okay, we'll figure it out. Yeah, this one woman called in earlier in the show and paid was it $5,800 or something, some ridiculous amount for a gas, $5,600 from Jurassic Air. I wonder if he made that call. I'm going to ask him about that coming back. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. More right after this.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
All right, still doing pretty well on the highways. Not a lot to contend with. Had a couple of accidents, one at Smoky Hill and Aurora Parkway, as well as Parker just south of Lincoln Avenue. Looks like 270 running a little slow up to Vasquez. Pena's been running a little hot and cold for us out of the airport. Not a real big delay, though. Make your way back to I-70, although I-70 eastbound at Chambers, some road work there's got traffic backed up past Peoria. And 225 coming down the hill from Parker, a little slow back towards I-25. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Business owners can now keep in touch with up to 200 staff members at one time. Go to rapidradios.com now for up to 60% off and free shipping.
We've all heard of hair transplants now, where they transplant hair follicles and your hair starts growing the next day. If done by qualified physicians, it's the only real viable, for sure, hair solution. Now, they're doing it all over Denver, and you can have it done cheaper, just as good, overseas, and save money, even when you include the airfare and the hotel stay. Your procedure is done one day, you have a follow-up visit the next day. You can stay as many days as you want after that. But here's the bottom line. We have a guy putting together these trips to have your hair transplants done. It's called recoveryourhair.com. I think you'll find it very interesting. Istanbul, Turkey. It's fun, and you get a hair transplant for pennies on the dollar from real physicians, medical doctors. 970-534-0676, recoveryourhair.com. American Financing has partnered with me to offer the Smart Equity Loan because I believe that to get out of debt, to really, really start building financial wealth of any kind, and to improve your credit, you got to get rid of high interest debt that may have accumulated with your use of credit cards. Get the Smart Equity Loan, get rid of that high interest debt. You can pay it off quicker that way. And then you can have some breathing room and your credit score improves immediately. American Financing has these loans where you can qualify sometimes with just a bank statement. I want you to call them to find out more. Or you may be in store for a complete refi where you need to draw maybe some cash out. Whatever it is, rates are not that bad, especially compared to credit card bills. It'll get you on your road to financial success. 303-695-7000. 695-7000. AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS.
The person, yeah.
That's what I do. In the casino, it was funny, though. There was probably 10, 15 people that walked by and saw it. No one touched it. And then 4 or 5 security people came over. And then that's where I started thinking, oh, man, this ain't good. They can probably pull up and see where Mikey dropped it next to that slot machine. They didn't, but they came around and picked it up. But people just reported it. Not one person, and it was
I can't
Indian
go number
casino.
2 anymore.
I forget what state. It was outside of Washington, D.C. Maybe it was Virginia. But I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. It sat there for probably a half hour, and then not just one, but 4 security people walked up.
Wow.
You're talking about your fake $100 bills?
Yeah.
You know,
So
Susan's going to give me a few of them.
Oh, you should. Well, we would have told you to take a whole handful, but we.
I was at my.
So he bought me some. We all went to Nashville like a week or two ago. It's 14 of us. So they were spending the night at our house because they live up in West Creek. So he brought me over a $10,000 stack of them. I've been watching him do this for years. So he hands me this stack.
Sorry, just catching up.
And I don't think anything of it.
Callers say shit.
I'm not going to do it. I like watching him do it because it is fun.
Over the air,
but it's like I just can't see myself doing it.
Neither of us here
So
heard it.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
So I just left it out on the
Tom's
table.
usually pretty on top of
And
all
his
that
daughter
stuff, as well as Mark,
was
so.
house sitting for us. The dog's
Not
in the
interpreted as
house.
What the caller said
And
was,
she saw this stack there and was like, what the hell? And texted him going, there's like $10,000 in cash right here. And texted Suzanne. We're like, no, that's fake money.
No, my daughter sent me a picture of it, and I didn't blow it up. And I said, well, I said the major just left they were supposed to take that money on their vacation. They just left it there. Are you sure, Dad? I think they're setting me up. And I go, just pick it up and gently hide it under the couch. And then I blew up the picture and said, well, shit, it is fake money.
And
but it's convincing.
So she kept it right where there it was.
Yeah, she wouldn't touch it.
And then the next thing I know, we have painters over. And I'm not even a crew of 6 painters. And I get home from work and realized it was still sitting out on the coffee table. That's got to just freak people out.
Oh, yeah.
Just completely freak them out. Like, okay, what is this? This is
yeah. They gotta be looking for the cameras.
Well, my kid wouldn't.
Exactly.
Mark, my kid wouldn't sit on the couch after she saw it. And she wanted me to come down.
Everybody has cameras these days.
And everywhere.
And we tell all of our technicians that you.
Yeah.
First of all, if you don't do the right thing, you shouldn't be a plumb line anyway.
Yeah.
But assume you're on camera 24/7 because you probably are.
You are. I guarantee you are for the most part.
Yeah.
You know, my mentor told me that when I was in private practice. He said, when you talk to a patient.
Station.
Hi, Tom Martino. Your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. We got Bob Logan with us from Plumbline Services, plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. Plus, we've been talking about all kinds of problems, questions, and complaints. Whatever's on your mind, give us a call at 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Do you know what ACR is? Does anyone? Do you know what that stands for? It's chilling. And it gives credibility to who I thought was overly paranoid, Deputy Dimitri. He's not here, but I thought he was overly paranoid. But there is actually something called ACR on every smart TV. It is automatic content recognition. It's surveillance technology on every TV that literally gathers information on what you're watching. And it then stores it and sells the profile, and you're targeted with ads on other media as well. It's amazing to me on a given day how much our habits are recorded. Almost everything we do is recorded. Now, I heard you guys talking during the break in the studio about assuming that everything you do is on camera. Were you guys talking about that? Do you believe?
We were.
Yeah, we were.
I mean, if you think about somebody has a smartphone or there's a traffic cam or some kind of a camera, there's almost everywhere everything is recorded. Now, Bob, we
were talking more about in people's homes now. I have cameras in our house. Of course, we have them outside everywhere, but most people have cameras in their house now.
Absolutely. Not only in their home, but in their cars, out. You know, listen, here's the deal. Do you think there'll ever be a time? Well, dash cams are pretty damn common right now, right? I mean, a lot of people have dash cams. Do you think there will ever be a time when we wear body cams, as a matter of fact? Really?
That'd be kind of weird.
I know it would be weird, but it's quite possible. It really is quite possible. Look, I'm just going to give you an idea. I was looking online for a certain car, just browsing, okay? I'm on a page right now where I'm talking about automatic content recognition, and to the right side are ads for these cars. Now that's no mistake.
You're always so blown away by that stuff. When you install all these apps, it says, do you mind if we listen to you? Do you mind if we see what you're browsing? Do you mind? Do you mind? And of course, people install the free app, and then that's it. And then with the TVs, if you want to watch Hulu or Netflix, whatever the hub is, you've got to accept everything that hub does, which is collect information about you.
It's shocking sometimes.
But don't you find it, but wait, don't you find it better than, like, all of a sudden you're getting commercials, wherever, on your laptop or wherever, for feminine hygiene products compared to electronics you were looking for? I mean, aren't you glad they kind of do target you with stuff at least you're interested in?
You know what? In a way, I really think you're right. I'd rather see things I've been looking at. And now I've actually had that happen where I was looking for something, searching. I didn't buy it. But later on, while I was browsing something else, it came up. And when it came up, I bought it. So it actually assisted me. So I don't think spying is altogether bad. Now, again, Dimitri's not here to defend himself, but he believes everything is spying on us, and he tries to be as disconnected as possible. I'm not so paranoid about the spying because I can't think of anything that I'd be doing where it would hurt me. I mean, I really can't. I don't care if they know what I'm shopping for. I don't care if they know what I like and don't like. I guess the only time I would be upset is if they were not just spying, but kind of pirating my information. But I don't...
That what you just talked about, they call it retargeting. It is incredible because you're out there, you're looking for something, a blender. You could be on Amazon, you could be on Walmart, you could be anywhere. Then all of a sudden the next day, someone hits you with that retarget and they know you're already interested in it. Maybe it's a few bucks less than it was the other day, and then bam, you buy it. It's a very smart way of advertising.
I think it is too, and I think more and more people are being targeted. Now, there was a move afloat, and I'm not sure what's happening, where people could opt out of things, and what they would do is they would sell their information. In other words, the person themselves would opt into certain things for a certain amount of money per month. And for example, if you volunteer to be tracked and you charge different services, like from a few pennies to a few dollars a month, and you could get hundreds of these sources that subscribe to you. And it was...
That almost sounds like Nielsen in a way, except, it just listens to what you're listening to.
Right, but think about that. If you had the choice of who you wanted to spy on you, and you allow them to. So let's say you get 50 cents a month from one, $2 from another, you get $25 a year from another. This was a move, and I don't know what happened to it, but it was a move to give people complete control on who spies on them, because I would not mind people spying on me. So for example, they may put out a call. They want males who make between, let's say, 30 and 60,000 a year, or they might want women who do not work, or they may want older people, 70 and older, with higher income. And you fit the demographic, you volunteer, you literally sign up, and you are in control of your own spying, of who is allowed to spy on you. In order to do that, though, you have to make sure people aren't getting your information free. And I don't recall what happened to this technology that they were trying to pioneer, but I think that would be the ultimate and the best use of spying apps, where you get to choose who you want to spy for you. If anybody has any links on that movement, let me know. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. I think we're never going to stop spying ever. We're never going to stop. Now, Scott, real quick, what is your question? We'll ponder it during the break. What is your question, Scott?
What is your question, Scott? Thank you for taking my call, Tom. Tom, going back to the interaction you had with that, I think a Brighton police officer with that Mexican-American family that was
it was
on the road.
It was Inglewood.
Inglewood, yeah. Thank you, Tom. So, Tom, you kind of left me hanging there. The last I heard was the officer confronted you, and then the story kind of stopped there. So, a couple questions, if I may. First, did you file a complaint with the police department with the officer's actions?
No, I did not.
Okay. Second, was there any way to follow up, or did he explain why he was acting that way?
Yes. He said, I need you to move your car. I need you to leave and move your, I need you to move your car and leave. And I said, I'd like to help these people out. And he said, I told you to leave, blah, blah, blah. So I think I was pulled over behind them.
Okay, Tom, a possible explanation. I agree. The guy acted pretty aggressively towards you. A possible explanation. One is that the guy's just a jerk. Another one is that maybe he ran those plates, and maybe there was something wrong with the plates. Maybe there was a bolo out for a Mexican-American family.
Well, of course, Scott, there could have been all kinds of things. I think what he wanted to do is just take control of the situation, and he probably thought I was a pain in the ass.
That's certainly that's certainly a
hold
reasonable
on, Scott.
explanation.
I got to take this break, but you're welcome to hang on. We'll more coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Easy Monday driving as we approach the 1 o'clock hour. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through the metro area. I-70 east and westbound flowing free to and from DIA. A couple accidents off highway south of I-70. Martin Luther King Boulevard, a crash at Central Park Boulevard, and south of there, Aurora Parkway northbound, a crash at Smoky Hill Road. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Rapid radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Perfect for instant contact with an aging parent. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get an extra 60% off, free UPS shipping, and add code radio for an extra 5% off.
We don't collect a cent until you're content. That's the saying at Excel Roofing, and they mean it. They have you sign a contract, no penalty clause if you back out or change your mind, and you don't pay a dime until they're completely done. They do roofing and roofing repairs and roofing inspections and gutter cleaning. If you need anything to do with your roof or gutters, you want to call Excel. They've been around for years with thousands of satisfied customers. They're the roofer I turn to when I need a roof and a repair. Excel as an excellent, EXCEL, excelroofing.com, 303-761-6400. Gravina's. They have windows, siding, doors, and more. Gravina's, the most selection anywhere. 50 lines of windows. You're definitely going to find one for you, whether it's your dream home or fix and flip. Siding and doors as well. And they have the heritage most companies just dream of. It's an offshoot of Gravina's, started by the old man and then taken over by Larry, his son, and now Nick is helping his dad, Larry. It is a family tradition, 950 West Evans, gravinas.com or 303 Gravinas.
Attorneys, politicians,
rappers.
HVAC people. Yeah, we had some prima donna tax, Bob.
There's not a single industry that's immune from jack wagons.
Did everything ever happen with who was it? Applewood? Are they selling? Do you know?
I don't know. I know. Yeah.
Are you buying Applewood, Bob?
No.
Why not?
One of their techs told me it would be a hard turnaround, man. It needs a lot of money. I don't know what he means by that. I don't know if like equipment's super old. If they've cut so far down on advertising, they got to revamp. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what he meant, but
strategically, it just doesn't make sense with them being such a big player in Denver. And if it was a smaller company that we just tuck in, that's one thing. Or if they were in Colorado Springs, then it makes sense to buy them.
How's Fort Collins going?
It's going well. Yeah.
Is the market a little nicer than you thought, or about what you thought?
It's actually a little bit more of a struggle.
Sounds like Colorado Springs.
So Colorado Springs, when I go down there, I'm going to buy a company, and I've talked to a few.
You're going to go up against Smith. Maybe it'll be Smith. Mike's a good guy. He's good.
I'm working on it.
He's very good at building those things.
Yeah, and he's been through that rodeo before.
He's out hustling like crazy, man. That man's a hustler.
Does he own Smith, that Mike guy you referred me to?
Mike Robinson. He bought it. It's been a long time, but I mean, not a million years. I mean, I think maybe 10 years. I think he's got close to 100 vans now. I mean,
really? He does?
Yeah, when he bought it, I doubt they had 10.
Mark, does he have 100?
I'm pretty sure Mike told me he's got 100 now.
Holy crap!
This is his advertising. He took his.
Does he advertise a lot then?
Yeah. Using his wife in the overalls.
Very smart.
Genius.
Yep, very smart. And it's there's nothing else down there his size. So, I mean, I think he's got to be the largest down there. I think he must go all the way to like Pueblo, though, wouldn't you think?
You know, I asked him that, and I can't remember what he told me. I don't know if he goes to Pueblo or not.
Some people go to Pueblo West, but they won't go further.
Yeah, because, and I think that'd be a challenge because there's such a gap between Colorado Springs and Pueblo.
There is.
Which is why.
Just like Fort Collins and Denver, basically.
Right, or Denver and Colorado Springs, I mean, now it's all growing together, and...
Yeah, you're on the road a lot. Not only that, traffic between those two has got to be horrible.
Calls done.
But Trinidad, is that after Pueblo?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's basically it. Then you're in New Mexico, I think.
Yep. Yeah, you go over, where is it, Ralston Pass? Raton Pass?
Raton.
Yeah.
We went over that in a snowstorm. I was probably in my 20s. There was about 4 of us guys heading into Vegas for a big computer show called Comrex. And terrifying.
America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Therapy Gecko and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK. Okay, so I said I pulled over to help this family in a van. They were disabled.
I remember that. Didn't they have a flat tire?
I know there was something else wrong with it, and I knew that. And I was on the phone with Pro Auto Care, and Al Ramos was going to send a tow truck, and then the police pulled up, and I said, I have a tow truck coming. I'm going to help these people. He said, leave. Again, I don't have a chance to finish the story.
I remember you were perturbed.
I was pissed because I was trying to help these people, and he treated me like a criminal.
I know.
Scott, stay on the line. Mark will take you. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Don't forget PlumlineServices.com, 303-586-1086. And you can always call 303-MARTINO 24/7 for problems, questions, and complaints. We got more coming up.
I got to go let somebody in. I'll be right back.
You want me to do it, Mark?
No, because I got to figure out who I'm going to introduce them to.
So, Bob, doesn't the Ward family still own Applewood?
Yes. Yeah.
Is it the old man still running it, or
no? John was the dad. He retired, I want to say 5
Is
or
he
6
the
years
guy?
ago.
He had his picture on all the trucks.
And Josh, his son, took over, and I didn't realize there were other kids involved, or I don't know if they're actually in the business or what, but Josh is the only one I'd ever met and heard about anyway. I think since he took over, things have been challenging for Applewood, and so I think the other...
I get a lot of complaints. In fact, I'm working on a complaint right now where they're supposed to fix it and they charge them an exorbitant amount of money. We get a fair amount of complaints on Applewood.
Yeah, well, they're by far the highest priced in Denver. And again, I don't have a problem with charging a lot of money. It's if the value's there, right? I mean, there's a balance there, but yeah, I mean, I think that the majority of the companies in our industry don't charge enough.
Right. There's an imbalance.
And then you get extremes like Applewood, and they
and they don't need to.
$13,000 for a 40-gallon load.
And they shouldn't do that because their place is obviously paid for wherever they operate from. I'm sure they own the building, and they don't do. They bought some HPE or some other APH. They bought APH in the 80s, and that guy did huge phone book, Yellow Page. God, he spent 30, 40 grand a month on the Yellow Pages.
Yeah.
So Ward, APH heating.
Is that even possible on the Yellow?
I mean, he had full.
Back then, yeah.
He had,
it's crazy, huh?
They had magnets on the books that I mean, that guy.
Oh yeah.
So Ward family bought the company, but he mostly bought for all that advertising. So APH had a ton of contacts.
Yeah.
I never met him, but I just know. Dude, I stare people. I just don't like them. I know you gotta. Oh hell, Bob did goddamn charge $2,900 to put his zone valve in a few months ago here. That was crazy. It was just the operator head. It wasn't soldering it in. I mean, I don't know.
How did all these people break out? I have not read that story. It looked like 8 people broke out of some jail.
They cut something behind the toilet.
Yeah, cut a hole behind the toilet.
And then I think they squeezed through it, and then they even graffitied it and said, "Catch us this if you can," in the jail cell. I mean, they were so proud of it.
That's unbelievable.
Well, Mark, it's not getting out of the jail cell, but there's 2 other fences. You can't go through those fences.
But they got out, right?
They walked out, so I think they had someone from the inside, because there's no freaking way they would have been able to. They couldn't have crawled over the. Well, they ran out. They had a key or something to open the gate.
That reminds me of that Alcatraz movie. You know, those
the
people,
Birdman of Alcatraz?
Yeah, they probably died. I mean, looking at that water, but still, that was a great movie.
Yeah.
To think they might have got out is kind of cool.
Yeah. It's the unknown. That's
did
they make it? Did they not make it? Did they drown?
Yeah.
I admire them for trying. I mean, I'm sure the currents picked. I bet that water around there's cold.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's ice cold.
Well, Trump's talking about reopening Alcatraz.
No, he's just kidding. It would cost so much money to update that thing.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? They'd be better off just totally leveling it and starting over there, maybe. Plus, isn't it like a museum or?
It is.
I've been there.
You can take tours. Yeah.
I've been there
We've
twice.
tours.
It's a cool tour.
What do you take, like a little ferry over, or what?
Yeah, it's about a 25-minute ferry ride, and you spend a half a day there, and they give you tours. Just like
you
in
get
the
to go
movie.
inside the jail cells, and
That would, you know what? I do that. That actually sounds very cool.
it is pretty cool.
Yeah, they take you through the morgue and how.
There's a zombie video game I used to play, and it was Alcatraz, and it was literally the exact same layout. And the game makers, it was called, I think it was World Warfare or something like that. But it was Alcatraz, and it was an identical building in the game.
Really?
Interesting.
Yep, it was cool. With zombies.
Did you ever see Escape from New York?
Oh, God, yeah. Great movie.
Yeah. That's what they need to do is just, except instead of put a wall around New York, they find an island and just ship them to an island, and without the resources to build boats and stuff. Just Just drop off food once in a while. Let them police themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Dang it, now I need to talk to her. Let me see if she'll answer.
Thanks for mentioning Smith Heating, Mark. I got a call on the.
Why?
I referred them to a caller a couple weeks ago. I'm going to call and see how it went.
It's funny, the pricing in the different markets, too. It's remarkable. Hey, real quick, like lives, there is a recording of Tom saying either the word original on a Gravina, or it's, let me see, the word original, or what else is there? It's original, and I'm sure it's on one of his like lives. It's not in the regular rotators. I got to get this thing off. I mean, Nick just sent me another thing from the attorney on it. I don't know where this, quote, backup drive is, but if there's a Gravina's on there, I think that's where we keep getting nailed because you guys listened. Here, I'm going to send this. This just came in like 30 seconds ago. I'm going to send this to you so you can see exactly what we're looking for, and this is right from the client, Nick. No, but, I mean, the attorneys keep firing off these nasty grams to him. The only place, reading the script, the attorney literally spelled out every word. This has to be a like live. This is not a 30-second recorded. Please let me know that you found it and deleted it. Thanks, bye. Jeez.
Is Nick's brother...
They fight. I couldn't believe it. I love Nick Ravina, but that family, you know,
I know them all. Is Jimmy raised in hell? Jimmy's the guy that owns the other Gravina.
Yeah, I mean, there's like, they fire attorneys letter.
Money. That's money. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. I'm shaking it and baking it. You've been ripped off. 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. We also have Bob Logan in with us. He, of course, is the owner of Plumline Services. Great guy. I've known Bob now coming up on 15 years. And what a great company. Plumline has personally helped me out at our house in Castle Rock and our house in Franktown. And any questions you have HVAC related, I got a few for Bob up there too. But if you've got a contractor that ripped you off, you got a dentist that's got you irritated, maybe a landlord, anything, you get the idea. 303 Martino, that number works on and off the air. 303 Martino, we got 3 lines open. Hey, Scott, we were talking with you about when Tom got pulled over, and I remember that day. He was in a very bad mood. Here's what I think went down. And what we're talking about is years ago, probably 2018, maybe 17. Tom was driving down Santa Fe, and basically there was a car off to the side. And for whatever reason, he decided he wanted to see if they needed some help. I think a young woman was outside of it, but Tom pulled over, asked. Something was wrong with their car. I don't remember if it was a flat tire. Something was basically disabled their car. So Tom's out talking to him. A police officer shows up, and he's like, okay, I'm here now. You need to get back in your car and leave. And I have a feeling someone else probably called the police, and the police showed up to that car, and it had to do its investigation and just didn't want anybody else there. But I do remember Tom talking about it on air for about 3 hours. So it was like that, Scott. Are you a cop?
No, sir.
All right. Well, you had basically some point to make over that.
Yeah. So, Mark, I mean, there's there's a lot of possible situations that could have explained what was going on. Certainly, one of them is certainly that the cop was a jerk. I'm not saying that, but as I told to Tom, I mean, the cop could have run the plates. There could be some problem with the car. There could be some problem with the driver.
Something.
We don't know.
Or so he didn't know and wanted to get to the bottom of it. That's the other thing.
And if there were one of those other situations, the cop might not have had time or inclination to inform Tom of what he was doing. But I'm not saying Tom's wrong. He might be spot on with this thing.
Yeah.
I think there might be Tom went on to mention that I think it was the Inglewood. Was it the Inglewood PD?
It was Inglewood.
Inglewood. Then he goes on to say, well, the Inglewood PD seems to have a lot of complaints. So his conclusion might have been the result of a little confirmation bias there.
No, I think so too. I actually remember that day. I'm not kidding. And I remember thinking, the guy definitely kind of snapped at him, and Tom definitely was just trying to help these people. There's no doubt about that. And I get it. He was a little upset. He was either going to give him a ride somewhere. I'm pretty sure it was a dang tire, and I think Tom was going to go buy him a tire because they didn't have a spare or something along that. And the cop was just like, this is not your rodeo, brother. You got to get out of here, and I mean now.
Well, that is certainly a possible explanation for the whole thing. But I think a larger point here, Mark, is that Tom did exactly the right thing. When the cop said, "Hey,
you got out of there.
You got to leave," Tom obeyed the cop.
Yeah,
and that's really the takeaway from this is when a cop tells you to do something, you bloody well do it.
I was coming down Santa Fe from Castle Rock to Highlands Ranch. I think it's Highlands Ranch Boulevard, and this is years ago. I had a brand new Mazda RX-8. And I only had it for like 4 or 5 days. It was a Friday night, and it was like past rush hour, and I was heading towards Highlands Ranch. I lived in Castle Rock. And I got that car up to like over 100, and I passed this SUV. And I pass it, just blow by it, and as I'm blowing by it, about 2-3 seconds later, damn lights are on, man. I blew by an undercover cop car in an SUV, like one of those Ford, whatever they are. So I'm like, oh, my goodness. So by the time I slow down and pull over, what I didn't realize, I went from Douglas County into whatever that next county is over, Adams or whatever it is. Is it Arapahoe? So those two were Douglas. They came out. I still had temp tags on the car, Bob. They had guns drawn. Their assumption, I think, was, well, I was a nut, and maybe it was a stolen car. And they literally had guns drawn on me. I had both hands out the side. And once they figured out it wasn't stolen, and I told them I just bought it, I was being really stupid, they said, well, good, because we've got someone from the other county coming down because we can't give you a ticket here. They waited a half hour. No one ever showed, and they came up and said, it's your lucky day. We're not waiting anymore. We want to get home to our families for the weekend. And they let me go. But
that is your lucky day.
That was my lucky day. Hey, Scott, I appreciate your call, 303-713-8255. So, Plumline specials. First of all, it's not really a special when you do it all the time, but the 93 and free is unbelievable. 93 or free.
Yeah, that's an ongoing special we have.
I love it.
A 93 or free drain clearing. If you have a drain in your house, especially a main line that is not, that is backed up, it's $93. If we cannot clear it, there's no charge.
It's unbelievable. You guys, I've told this story 100 times. You guys came out to my house. I wasn't sure what to expect. Our sink finally just backed up. Just backed up over the years. I don't remember putting anything down there.
It's very common. Just builds up over time.
Just over time. And that's exactly what that guy showed me. But he went down. It was like brand new when you guys left. $93. Total price was $93.
That includes the trip charge and everything else.
So, I mean, how can you not go wrong? How about like tubs? I mean, generally, I would think at some point, all the hair that goes down a shower drain or a tub drain does the same thing the grease and the food does. It's really bad, but it takes overtime. Is there anything people should put in it in between time so it doesn't happen, Bob?
There are. There's a couple products. There's one called BioClean. There's one called Bio1. They're both great products. They're organic. They're not harmful to the environment. Don't use Drano and those things.
No, those are like worst scenario.
Yeah, they're not good. And so use an organic product that, and then, they make these, they're almost like zip ties that have teeth on them. And
I've seen them. You put them down.
Yeah, I mean, you can buy them for like $5
and they'll
at
sit
Home
in the
Depot.
pipes and dissolve.
Oh no, not those. This is actually a piece of plastic that it's good for pulling hair out of those drains, because
I see what
shower
you're
drains,
saying.
tub drains get a lot of hair in them, and that'll help you.
That 93 free is crazy. So basically, you have a slow drain. Call these guys. Worst scenario for $93, literally total. They clean your drain. I mean, that's actually best scenario. Worst scenario, they don't charge you one nickel and tell you what's going on with it. I mean, maybe a tree grew through, your main sewer line or something, but you guys will tell them what the heck's going on.
Yeah, if we can't clear it, then that means there's an issue, and a properly functioning drain line should not back up. So there's a problem, and if we can't clear it, then we'll get a camera in there. It could be tree roots. It could be a break in the line. There could be a number of different things.
Come up with another good special outside of the drain stuff over this break.
Okay.
Something that'll blow people away. Something that'll just blow them away. Hold on.
The check is...
I was going to tell you my great cop story about a stupid cop.
Hold on one sec, Doc. I got to get this up. This is a horrible commercial. DiscountBath.com. How many contractors actually put the name discount in? And that's exactly what these guys do. In fact, you can get a great idea or a bid on a bathroom project simply by going to discountbath.com, and you can upload a video. You just take your phone and say, here's the old tub. I want to turn that into a shower, or maybe we want to take it out and turn it into a closet, or whatever you want. Take a little video, show them what you want done, or tell them what you want done. These guys will reach back out to you and set up a time to come out 100% for free and go over all the options. Once again, doesn't matter if it's a complete bathroom remodel or just a partial or just a tub-to-shower conversion. The folks at DiscountBath.com, they got your back. Everything they do, 5-year warranties on parts and labor. And then some of these shower wall systems, these solid wall systems, are unbelievable. They have a lifetime guarantee. So no matter what you want done on your bathroom, call the people that do nothing but. DiscountBath.com. That's DiscountBath.com. Vestera Turnkey. Barry Miller teamed up with Wave 8, and here's the bottom line. This guy can go out and find up-and-coming areas in this country. How he does it, I don't know. That's Barry's secret sauce, but maybe a company came into the area like Microsoft, or something's going to happen. He's reading some indicator. Then, as it goes up, you own that property. When you sell it, you make the big bucks. He has people making over 40 to 50% annually. It's absolutely unbelievable. Check it out. VesteraTurnkey.com. VesteraTurnkey.com. What mini splits do you sell, by the way?
Typically Carrier, but we can also get Mitsubishi or LG.
Are they all about the same?
Yeah. Mitsubishi has done a better job than anybody advertising, so that's the brand that most people, if they're Googling, they're going to see.
Yeah. How many employees you don't care if I ask how many employees you guys have, do you?
Nope. 250.
What was the lowest amount you had that you were running?
35. When I started there were about 35.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and then when I bought it with the wrench group in 2018, we were about 125, so we about doubled.
Since then?
Yeah.
How about vans from that time to now? Or vehicles? Well, service vehicles.
Yeah, service vehicles, we have 160 on the road right now.
What did you have at that with 125 employees?
Probably half that.
Yeah, okay. I got to stop by my accountants. The IRS owed me a ton of cash, man. I mean, crazy amounts. And all of a sudden it pops up like 2 weeks ago in the form of a check. Well, what I was going to do with that was simply apply it to what I'd owe for 2024. But then they sent me this massive amount in a check. So now I got to literally send them back a good chunk of that. And now I'm just waiting for them to say, oh, you missed April 15th. Because usually I won't finalize my taxes till October.
Right.
But every penny I owe is there by April 15th. Well, actually by, whenever the last quarter's due. But they really, they totally screwed me sending all the money into my account to my house in the form of a check. And my damn bank, here's what makes it even worse. This stupid bank, I'm looking right now, I think it's been over a week and a half, and I still don't think the money's available.
Even though the check came from the IRS.
Literally, from the IRS.
Doesn't that drive you nuts? Why do they got to put a hold? I understand putting a hold on, like a personal check or something like that.
It's from the damn government.
Right.
No, it's available now. It is available now. It is available.
Yeah,
it became available today, literally.
I file an extension every year, and I usually just pay the penalty. This is the first year because I got hit hard.
Interest rates.
I got hit hard this year.
Dude, we were all in the same when interest rates were that 1-2%. Screw it, you pay.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. Any questions you have, you've been ripped off, taken advantage of, anything you got cooking, we'd love to hear from you. Bob Logan sitting next to me. Hey, Bob, I want to ask you a few things. One, Plumline's got how many employees? I mean, I see your vans everywhere.
Yeah, currently just around 250.
And how many when you started with Plumline? So this would be before you owned it.
Right. In 2009, when I started, we had 35 employees.
35 to 250?
Yes.
And then vans, how many?
Exciting.
Like service vans?
We have about 160 vans on the road.
Wow. What was the biggest, looking back, now that it's time behind you, what is the hardest part about going from 35? Not like you do it overnight. You don't go out and hire 215 people overnight. But what was the hardest part growing Plumline to that size? Is it finding the right people? Well, it's always going to be people, but what was the hardest part for you as the owner once you became ownership?
Sure. Once you hit 50 employees, then everything changes.
Healthcare, everything.
FMLA, right. So,
mandatory stuff.
So that was a learning experience.
Well, now, honestly, in Colorado, isn't there something where isn't there paternity leave now, which is mandatory over 50 employees?
It's mandatory. It doesn't. So yes, it's up to 12 weeks. But
and it's even for guys too, though, right?
That is correct. It's not paid leave, though.
Oh, it's not. It's just your job's guaranteed.
Your job's guaranteed.
Okay.
Right.
But the employee can actually chip in and buy some form of insurance for that as well, I think. There's something in Colorado now where they can make some money when they take it.
I believe that's the case, yes.
That is very hard. I never had over 50 employees. With the 5 good years, I had like 48, 49. But health insurance was a big one because back then with Obamacare, when you went over 50 after that was first enacted, that's a whole change, man. A whole change.
Yes.
You mandatory had to cover everybody and, of course, everything that Obamacare had.
Well,
or the Affordable Care Act.
And even prior to that, we had exceptional health insurance. I mean, that was one thing that the old owner, and I agreed with. He said, I want everybody to make a good living. I want them to have health care, and I want to have a savings plan. So we have a 401k as well. So those are things that we've carried on.
We both know a company, and I've told you this story offline. It's another HVAC company. and they're on the referral list. They're a great company. But there was a period of time pre-COVID, I'd get a lot of complaints from them. And it was basically about pricing. In your industry, pricing seems to be the biggest complaint out of the good companies, and especially the larger ones that do a lot of advertising and have a lot of vans on the road and have a lot of payroll, etc. But he finally decided, because this was his biggest call, a son or a daughter whose parent, who does not live with them, ends up either getting a service call or ends up buying a furnace or a water heater or something. And then they Google and they can see you can buy a furnace at Home Depot for a couple grand. And now they're really upset. And that was the number one call I got off this company. I'm not going to say who it was. Number one call. And they would say, no, you never told them the price. They never did anything. And this guy would say, Mark, I promise you, every one of our guys is trained. They know every single penny they're doing. So you know what he did? He switched over to where every single one of them, and Tom was kind of talking about this today, had a little body cam on them. Every single sale they did had one. And after they did that, until this day, they still do that. And they've grown substantially. I have not had one complaint like that. And back then, I bet I had 10 in 1 year on them. I mean, what are your thoughts on your guys don't wear body cams?
We don't wear body cams, and it's we've explored the idea, but personally, if I were having a contractor in my home, I wouldn't want them recording
It's kind of weird.
The inside of my house.
Yeah, like you might be thinking, hey, they're trying to figure out where the jewelry is.
You never know.
They're scoping the joint out.
I think there is a good purpose behind them. Obviously, they protect the homeowner and the technician, and everything's recorded, right? But to me, it's a little bit of an invasion of privacy when you go into somebody's home.
What's the biggest screw up one of your employees has done? Like, you guys, I'm sure, used to work on those coolers on the roof. Do you ever have one of those break and flood a house? I mean, give me an idea of what is that phone call that you never wanted to get, and there it was.
Oh boy,
no, just one.
So I guess the biggest one is we were doing a repair, and the plumber had cut out a section of drywall. And if you exceed a certain number of square feet, you have to get it tested for asbestos. And he was a licensed plumber, had his master's license, but he was new enough. He didn't
know that
follow our policy or I mean, it should have been.
How old was the house?
It should have been well known. I think it was probably built in the 70s.
Okay.
Maybe 60s, but anyway.
Oh my God!
So we had to do a complete cleaning process through that, and it
like a restoration company,
right?
At that
long
point.
and drawn out. Put them up in a hotel, and it's just it was an honest mistake by this plumber, but I never want to experience that again.
But that's where you go back, and that's where you retrain everybody. I mean, that's something that typically is not going to happen more than once.
And unfortunately, that's where hopefully you can stay ahead of all these things before they happen, but all companies will say they've
Give me a
learned
little
from the mistakes.
Pull your skirt up for me. These people, well, please don't. These people on the outside of Costco. When I leave Costco, there's the Costco water guy, there's the Costco roof guy, there's the Costco appliance guy, there's the Costco HVAC guy. My understanding is companies like yours bid for this stuff. Who are these people at Costco? And do they change all the time, or are they generally the same company? Have you guys ever teamed up with Costco Plumline?
We have. We actually sell water treatment systems through Costco.
You do right now.
And we work with Home Depot on HVAC and water treatment and electrical and plumbing.
Are those considered like a wholesale account?
No, so you don't bid for them. You actually you have to apply for them, and it's a very stringent process through background checks on myself personally, as well as the company, financial stability, because they don't want to work with a contractor that's going to
because ultimately Costco's going to do what's right.
Yeah, exactly. They're gonna stand behind everything that we do as a contractor, and then they're going to come back to us.
So right now, if I went through a Costco, at least around here, and bought a water system, What would that be, like the Halo or whatever?
No, that's Eco Water.
Eco Water. So if I bought one of those, that's through you guys.
Correct. Yes.
How is that for lead generations? When you leave Costco, I mean, my God, if you look at it, it's crazy. I don't care when you go to Costco. Around Christmas, you're insane. But, I mean, anytime you go to Costco, at least by Park Meadows, it's got to be great. It's got to be... so many people get to meet you right there.
It is great. It's good for our business. It's good for their business. It's a great partnership. And Costco, Home Depot, these are well known, international brands, and people trust them, and they know that they're going to stand behind. Hopefully they feel the same about Plumline. That Plumline is a legitimate company that's going to do good work and stand behind their products and services. But knowing that you have Costco or Home Depot to back it up as well is fantastic.
How much of a haircut does a company that's doing that with Costco take? I mean, in other words, you must have to pay them something to be
They get a little bit of a fee.
Yeah, they have to, or else why would they do it? So you do take a little bit of a haircut, but you're hoping for the volume on that side.
Correct.
Have you tried it with the HVAC side, not just the water treatments?
We're in talks about that all the time, yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's a constant.
Yes.
So that's good. That's a good. How about Home Depot partnership? Another good one.
It's fantastic. Yeah, great company, great people.
Do people
are
people surprised? Like they go to Home Depot, they buy a furnace, AC, a whole system, whatever.
Well, typically that's not why you go to a Home Depot, right? You're going to buy a screwdriver or something for your garden or landscaping or something like that. So most people don't even know that these things are available through Home Depot, and so we have people in the store that'll introduce you.
Oh, just like Costco,
right? And
I didn't know that.
They'll treat you, if you go in, and you can typically see people. They're looking around. They don't know what aisle to go to, so they'll help you just like an associate. They're there to assist.
Are you allowed to? Let's go back to Costco. Are you allowed to engage with people leaving? I'm sure you can say, "Oh, hi, how are you doing?"
Yeah.
Very
you don't,
low-key
you don't
engagement.
approach them. Yes, you can have a conversation. Hi, how's your day?
Not like the cell phone people at Sam's Club.
Correct.
That
It
doesn't. You could be holding an AT&T phone and they're trying to sell you an AT&T phone.
Right.
That's kind of cool, man.
Yeah.
Do you like that form of business better? I mean, I don't remember you guys doing that a long time ago. I mean, we met over 10 years ago. I don't think you guys.
we weren't doing it back then, but it's a different type of business.
Does Amazon do anything like that?
Not that I'm aware of.
I know they attempted to do something strange like 4 or 5 years ago with home services, but it disappeared before I think it even took off.
Right, and there's been so many companies that have tried that.
Do you remember I used to do
and if
advertising?
Amazon can't accomplish it, probably, I'm not going to say never, but
well,
with their resources,
they'd have to team up with locals like you guys.
Correct.
Exactly. I remember doing advertising for a company. It was called Price Fixer, and it was years ago, over 10 years ago, and it was a very interesting concept. You would go to, I think, pricefixer.com, and you would actually pick out a furnace. Most people know nothing about a furnace, so you would basically start off by going, is it forced air or what is it? I mean, I don't remember the choices, so you had to know that. Then the second choice was how many square feet, and then the third choice was like how many current registers. I mean, there was a lot of choices by the time you would get to something, and the problem ultimately was consumers have no idea what these things are sized for, what they do.
They just don't know what they don't know. And I remember Price Fixer, and I actually went on their website and tried to do it for my own home, and it was difficult for me to get through the process, even being
about part of the
air
business.
conditioning systems.
The biggest complaint I'd have on them is people simply didn't understand. So what would happen is the only reason a thing like Price Fixer would work, and the whole thing came down to you could get a furnace cheaper than anywhere else. And if you truly did know everything you were doing and you were a DIY person, well, the same would go right now. I mean, you can go out and buy a furnace wholesale somewhere, and if you know how to install it, well, God bless you, enjoy.
But you'll never get a permit for it.
Well, no, you'll never. That's right. You'll never get a permit. But my point is, it was in order for a model like Price Fixer to work or whatever Amazon was trying to do, The consumer has to be a lot more savvy and has to be more engaged in the entire thing. Because as soon as you throw in salespeople coming out, people that are sizing the system, people that will warranty the system, as soon as you turn it into a normal sales for a service company, you can't sell at that price or you'll go broke.
And I've said it time and time again, you know, a furnace and air conditioning system, it's not like a refrigerator that you buy and you bring it home and you plug it in.
Yeah, not at all.
You can buy the best equipment money will buy. If it's not installed properly, it will fail. It'll give you problems. It won't run efficiently. It could even be dangerous. So it's not like an appliance that you just plug in.
Are you going to have a, don't give it now, are you going to have a killer special on something worse?
I'll find a.
All right, everybody hold on. We got 3 lines open. I've got a guy up with a problem with the freight company. Fatu, you're up next.
This.
Fatu. That's fascinating, though, on the Costco. I mean, I knew a lot of that, but it's fascinating how they opened up that business model to outsiders. They've done it with cars. They've done it with insurance. Those guys have done it with so much. It's crazy.
Yeah, they've done a lot with it.
Amazon pulled something off with Hyundai that was pretty amazing. Buying a Hyundai direct from Amazon, from the manufacturer. High alkaline, super soft purified water, one of the best, and I mean that, cleaning agents in nature. The guys at Zero Res have a great deal. I'll tell you what the deal is at the end, but these guys come out and they clean your carpet, and they do it the right way. If you got pets, they're going to get rid of all the dirt, of course, but the dust, dander, they're not going to leave any kind of residue where the dirt attracts. What I loved about them when they were out at our house, we had one stain that would disappear when we had it cleaned, but it would always reappear in a couple weeks, like it would wick back up, not with Zero Res. In fact, if you got a problem afterwards, you can give them a call. They'll send people back out. Listen to this deal, though. $119. That's 3 rooms, or 3 areas, they call it, for only $119. On top of that, you get $75 off air duct cleaning if you want to do that at the same time. These guys also do granite cleaning, mattress cleaning, that duct cleaning. They do commercial services if you got a building. And remember, less water, no chemicals, safe for kids, safe for pets. ZeroResDenver.com. 3 rooms, 119, 303 471 5150. ZeroResDenver.com. Joe Lazare, I love when he's on. He's a criminal defense attorney, and the guy is so smart. If you found yourself in any kind of issue, maybe a DUI, maybe domestic violence, child abuse, murder, pretty much if you've been accused of a crime, I want you to call Joe. He is so good at what he does. He knows all the judges. He knows all the people in the DA's office. And the bottom line is, if you're innocent, he can get up and fight for you. And if you're guilty, he can get you the best deal out there. And I am not kidding. He knows how to bargain, and he knows how to get his clients the best deal. Give him a call. In fact, this is one of those numbers I really want you to put in your phone. If you're hit and accused of a crime, you're going to want it. 303-429-6200. Please, Joseph A. Lazara, trust me on this. Get it into your phone. When you need it, you need it. 303-429-6200.
Very good.
What are you thinking, Bob?
You know, I hesitate to do a plumbing or HVAC because we're slammed right now.
Okay.
So
do electric?
Electrical. We just started running a special of $200 off an EV charger.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And and I'll double that for Tom Martino's listeners, so $400 off.
$400 to run a new charger.
Yeah.
Cool. Is that taken off?
It is. Yeah, because so many people, it comes with the one you plug in your wall that's 110, but it takes like...
Oh, my God.
I think for every hour you get a 4%
or
something.
I don't even think you get 4%.
No. So...
It would take my car, I looked it up one time, I think it was 6 days.
Wow. 6 days?
6 days, from 0 to 100.
Wow.
6
days.
days.
Model, right?
Yeah.
That's cool.
6 days.
I love that car.
We just got an X.
Such an amazing car.
Suzanne, she loves it.
That's awesome.
Okay. When you, open the doors, people they just can't believe what they're seeing. They just can't believe it. It's so weird. Like, my parents have been with us, so they're always in the back. And people don't know this, but all the doors are auto. You hit one button, even the front ones open all by themselves. Everything closes by itself. But those Falcon Wing, they're insanely cool. Yeah. They are so cool. And the self-driving is just as good as the S. It's just beautiful. That new Y, I think the new Ys are like 40. They might be a little more if you deck them out. But, man, they have the Computer 4 in them. They are slick-looking little SUVs or whatever you want to call them.
So someone was telling me, because I was looking at some, and there's some that are 2008 or 2010, and I'm like, well, I don't want the older technology, but a friend of mine who owns a Tesla, he goes, it'll have the same technology.
No,
everything's software.
You want Computer 4. No matter what, the hardware version you want is Computer 4.
Okay.
And that is, I think, started in 2023.
Oh.
And the difference is, it's called Tesla Vision. I think I have, or at least the X has 30 cameras and 20 sensors. Something crazy, literally 30 cameras, where it can do all that, where the older ones don't have nearly that many, or you're going to go add them on. So it's not necessarily it is a computing power too, but it's because the Model 4 computer has a lot more sensors and a lot more cameras, which comes all down to the self-driving. It's a lot safer, better, it's really cool.
That's, I've seen in Austin now, in Nashville. You said you were in Nashville a couple weeks ago. I was there last month and
love it.
Saw those is it WAMU? W-A-M-U?
Oh yeah, those taxis.
Yeah, self-driving taxis.
So you'll be able to buy, probably by the end of the year, maybe.
.com. Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. By the way, this hour brought to you by Frank Duran, the real estate man. How I love thee. Bob Logan, Frank listed my house in Castle Rock. And he came out and said, hey, we're going to list it for $50,000 less than what you think you can sell it for. And, of course, I just start arguing with him. Sometimes I think I know everything. And sure enough, I have all the faith in Frank, and I let him list it for $50,000 less than I know I can get for it. And sure enough, he created such a bidding war. That was on a Friday. Come Monday, not only did we have almost 100,000 people virtually walk through it with this 3D Matterhorn walkthrough thing from all over the country, we had 30 legit offers in the bidding war. By the time it was done, he ended up getting me $40,000 more than my exact same model anywhere else in the neighborhood.
Wow, incredible.
No, and it just freaks you out though. That initial, you just gotta give your faith to him.
Trust the experts, right?
Trust the expert. And speaking of that, he's a man of faith. He kicks butt, man. He really does. Now, help me out here, Fatu. What is going on with this freight company? What were you shipping?
I was shipping very unique African handbag by me, and the colors are very unique, done in a proprietary manner by the indigenous people that nobody else knows how to make these colors except for those people. And in the work, we work together because they're my people.
Did they lose it?
So the freight company got the 10 boxes of my handbags from Africa, and it arrived in Atlanta. So from Atlanta to Colorado, the guy said that he packed all 10 boxes onto a U-Haul truck, and while he was driving from his area to Delta Cargo, that the U-Haul bag flew open.
Oh, my God.
That he lost 3 bags.
Well, didn't you have it insured? There must have been some form of insurance besides like 60 cents a pound or something absurd. Was there any insurance policy you took out?
So, I don't know if he's insured, but we don't take insurance on our side here. We pay him. We've been working together for 9 years.
Oh, wow. So the good news is it truly was an accident. You don't think he was trying to pull the wool over your eyes. Let me ask you something. Your business insurance, though, help me out with this. I mean, back when I had companies, if someone broke in and stole computers or stole tires or stole any parts that I had a policy that would step in and pay for that. You don't have any kind of insurance like that?
So I have an insurance, but I don't know if that insurance applies to the transportation of the product from Atlanta to Colorado.
Did you own the product?
Yes, yeah.
If you owned it, I would call up your broker. Actually, we could get Brian Burns on. Hold on a second. I got a good idea here. What kind of policy do you have? Do you know what it's referred to? Because as far as going after the shipper, I assume you already tried this. You probably said, hey, that was, what is the dollar amount? What would you say those bags were worth?
So that is high. It's more than 200,000. And
oh my God!
Wow. I don't trust the threat for.
Do you have? Wait a minute. Do you have a picture? Can you send us a picture of some of these bags?
Absolutely, and I have a documented information. If you don't mind, I could tell you this one. The reason I don't trust him, he wanted me to work to collaborate with him. I said no, and then he wanted me
on what? Collaborate with him? How?
Like I would design handbags and he would sell handbags.
I understand.
And I said no, I don't want.
He wanted to be cut in on it. I get it. So do you think he just stole the bags?
Yes.
You really do. Hold on a second. A couple things. One, I want you to figure out what insurance you have. Kelly, I want to start tomorrow off with that in Brian Burns. And then I want Fatu to please send us a picture of some of these items she's talking about. Am I crazy, or did she say 10 purses and then she valued them around $200,000 for all 10? I mean, that's $20,000 a piece. That's that makes Gucci. That makes Gucci and Paris Hilton look cheap. I mean, like, really, that's crazy. I just want to make sure we have plenty of time with her tomorrow. Hey, Rick, what's your question on roofing?
I was dealing with a roofer, and they wanted payment with my bank account numbers. Not, they did say they'd take a credit card, but they wanted to charge me 3.25%. I just wanted to know what your opinion was, given my routing number and my bank account numbers.
Well, you should just actually transfer to their bank account. You ask them for theirs. You should be able to log in and do an ACH transfer and pay them that way, or write them a check. I wouldn't give them my bank account number. I find that backwards in your situation.
Well, I guess apparently maybe that's what they're trying to do. They have a place for me to log into their stuff and put in my number, so I should be all right to go ahead and do that.
No, Rick, here's what I'm saying. Who do you bank with? What bank is it?
We're with Wells Fargo, and this is with Golden Spike Roofing.
Yeah, well, okay, first of all, I trust Golden Spike, so I trust Spike. I have no problem there, but in general, when I pay somebody like that, I would log onto the Wells Fargo portal, just like you would to look at your checking account, and then you just click on make an ACH payment, and then you put in their information instead of the opposite. I don't like giving people, they're the ones that want to get paid. I don't know why you wouldn't simply get their account number and transfer it. Why do you have to give up the info? You follow? But I'm not.
Kind of my thought.
But even after all that, I still trust the guys at Golden Spike. He's not going to rip you off by any means. They've been on our referral list forever and a day. You got it, Rick?
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I just, it was like, I was kind of, I like to use my credit card so I can get my mileage for my flight stuff, and they're just telling me just don't do that unless I pay the 3.25%. Okay, so
I wouldn't pay that either, man. I hate these companies that charge percentage, but I get why. I mean, it's not cheap to process a credit card. I get why. Hey, thanks for that call. Real quick, Bob Logan. You guys take credit cards, or do you guys charge a percentage, or what?
We do take credit cards, and we do not charge a percentage.
Wow, that's unheard of
these days. But I certainly understand why companies would, because the fees are high to take a credit card.
Goodness. Oh, my goodness, are they high. I'm thinking of all the people that pay me monthly in credit cards. I mean, it's ridiculous. Thousands upon thousands of dollars in fees. And for you guys, I assume you guys are close to $100 million a year. Think of 3.5%. It's not hard to jump, but you're the one that gets to see that line item. I'm sure that makes you nice and happy.
It adds up quick, but we try to make it as convenient as we can for clients. So whether they use a credit card, we have financing options. Of course, take checks, and we still take cash.
Do you guys do those like no interest things? Do you guys have finance companies you work with?
We do 12 months, no interest. Sometimes the finance companies do a special like 18 months, 24 months, no interest. So
hey Bob, so what do you do with $1 million?
Hold on one sec. Hey Kelly, make sure we get Arzy on first thing in the morning too. Go ahead, Doc.
What do you do with all the points you accumulate? They go to your account?
No, unfortunately, they don't. We use the credit back to the company. Yeah.
Okay. You can do that. I've got so many travel points just because of advertising. It's just ridiculous, Bob.
And I had a bunch of them because I was a sole proprietor.
Yeah. You just. It's very cool.
It's a great
but
idea.
If you add up the benefit of the 2%, say you get 2% cash back, like on a Spark card or something along those lines. But when you use the card, it still costs you about 3% to accept it. I mean, it helps a little, but, you're still losing money. What special did you come up with quickly?
So for anybody, I would encourage them to go to our website first and look at our current offers.
PlumlineServices.com.
It shows all the current offers.
Love it.
But we're starting to get super busy for HVAC and plumbing with the spring and summer coming on. So I'm going to do an electrical one. We got right now, because EV chargers are becoming so popular
an
in home.
An
EV charger.
What kind of discount?
Usually you get the 110 that comes with the car, but it
takes a month to charge it.
Yeah, right. So these are fast chargers.
So you can put in a 30 amp, a 50 amp, whatever their box will hold.
240 volt.
Nice.
Right. Yeah. So right now we're doing a special of $200 off.
That's at PlumlineServices.com.
That's at PlumlineServices.com. I will double that for
$400 off
for Tom Martino. Yes,
for today.
$400 off.
Today or tomorrow, because people hear.
You know what? Call this week.
I'll just tell them, call this week. $400 off an EV charger. If you're one of these poor people out there that have been plugging into that 110 and waiting forever, you can get a 30, a 40, a 50 amp, the 240 volt, and it is so much quicker. We got one, and $400 off right now, and that's a real deal. If you go to PlumlineServices.com, they'll see the $200 special.
There's a $200.
But if they mention the show, double whammy.
Yep, $400 off.
I love it. PlumlineServices.com. Everybody hold tight.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
We've got a stall up on the north end of town, I-25 northbound approaching the West 88th Avenue overpass. Disabled vehicle in the left lane has slow traffic back from Highway 36 and I-270, only adding about a minute or two to your commute. On the south end of town, we've got a crash on the left shoulder, I-225 southbound at Colfax Avenue. Slow traffic back from 17th Place. This one's seeing about 6 minutes of delays. I-70 eastbound, slow to DIA starting at Havana. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. A great alternative to a mobile phone for your kids. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get 60% off. Free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off.
John Fuller, Fuller Law. If you have any questions, you've been hurt in an accident, I want you to call. You have nothing to do. It's free legal advice. He gets paid nothing until he collects money for you, and I've used John twice. Both times he got us policy limits in both cases. Then he went to the ambulance company, the ER, the doctor, the chiropractor. He negotiated the bills down to put more money in our pocket, and you're always going to deal with John. He's the attorney. He's got a great staff of people, but when you want to talk to him, you're going to have his cell phone number, 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500, John Fuller.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, and I have partnered with American Financing for a very good cause, to get my listeners out of high-interest debt. Your first step to creating financial freedom. Get rid of that credit card debt with the Smart Equity Loan, no upfront fees. Call my friends now, 303-695-7000. They will get you into the right loan to get rid of that high-interest debt. Maybe a home equity loan, or possibly a complete refinance where your blended rate is much lower than you're paying now, even with a lower mortgage payment. AmericanFinancing.net. Start your road to financial freedom. Once you get that loan, you can have some breathing room. Pay down that part of your loan faster if you'd like. 303-695-7000. Get a grip on your finances. 303-695-7000. NMLS 182334. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
When it comes to spring cleaning, don't miss your AC Extreme Clean and Tune-Up. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. Did you know dust, dirt, and debris are the #1 killers of air conditioning? So extend the life of your AC, increase efficiency, get the fix it 24/7. Extreme Clean and Tune-Up. Nobody does it like this. Basically refurbishing your system. Lower energy bills, a longer AC life, and the famous no breakdown guarantee. New customers get this 2-hour service, $39. Normally hundreds of dollars. Book now. FixMyHome.com.
If addiction, trauma, depression, or anxiety are making you feel alone, the Raleigh House is here for you. With 2 locations in Denver, our team of professionals at the Raleigh House provides a premium level of care. Offering both inpatient and outpatient services, the Raleigh House can meet you where you're at. Our substance abuse and mental health services at the Raleigh House can provide a place where you can reconnect, find your purpose, and heal. The Raleigh House can help. Visit theRaleighHouse.com to get the help you need. That's the RALEIGHhouse.com.
I lived on a commercial salmon fishing boat in Alaska, and I genuinely think that was the first time I've ever felt myself kind of like slipping mentally. I think Alaska does weird things to people.
If you're interested in hearing anonymous callers like this tell stories from their lives, check out my podcast, Therapy Gecko. You can listen to Therapy Gecko on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Therapy Gecko.
Follow Tom Martino
on the free
at Tom Martino
app
and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Our home is part of our family. It's where we gather, we celebrate, we enjoy close relationships. So our home deserves love and attention. That's why I recommend ZeroResDenver.com. ZeroRes not only gets carpets, floors, ductwork, and more clean, it's a healthy clean for you and your family. No residue is the promise. Zero residue is the fulfillment. Your carpets don't just look clean, they are clean. Zero Resified. Free of dirt, grime, and residue from previous cleanings. Any surface in your home, tile and grout, hardwood, laminate, stone, and upholstery. The only deep cleaning service I'll allow in my home. Even the indoor air quality is better. With ZeroRes, there's no noxious chemicals in the air. Get 3 rooms at $119 and take $75 off duct cleaning. ZeroResDenver.com. 303-471-5150. 471-5150. Don't risk the chemicals and excessive water of those other guys. Get really clean. 303-471-5150.
It's where it all began.
That's one small step for man.
AM radio has always been there. And where it still endures.
I do get the news on the radio.
Talk radio, a good source of information.
Hearing the opinions of others.
Kind of makes it feel like there's someone in the car with you.
The power of AM radio and the power of talk.
I love talk radio.
Online, on your smart device, and of course, on AM.
I like hearing the opinions. As long as it's to the right, I'm good with it.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. The United Nations says the first aid shipments into Gaza have resumed following nearly 3 months of a full blockade imposed by Israel. Israel now focusing on a new plan, it says, to take over Gaza along with food distribution, something the UN rejects. ABC's Tom Sufi-Burrich has more.
It would be the Israeli military and private companies, American companies, strictly controlling zones where people would be vetted within Gaza to see if they could get access to humanitarian aid. Now, Israel says it is doing this to prevent, quote, aid falling into the hands of Hamas.
President Trump announced Ukraine and Russia are set to begin direct talks on a ceasefire deal immediately. It follows separate phone calls today between the president and leaders of both countries. No other details are known. The president this hour holding a signing ceremony for the Take It Down Act, passed by Congress earlier to combat non-consensual deepfakes and revenge porn, an initiative led by First Lady Melania Trump. This is ABC News. Former President Biden announced he's been diagnosed with prostate cancer. The former president has a Gleason score of 9, meaning a more aggressive form. ABC News chief medical correspondent Dr. Tara Narula has more on possible treatment.
Age obviously factors into everything. We see prostate cancer usually rise with increase in age. The average age of diagnosis is 68. But certainly when you look at factoring in what are we going to treat this person with, you look at age, their health status, their quality of life that they want, their life expectancy, all of that factors into the treatment plan.
The NTSB set to investigate just how a Mexican Navy sailboat crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge in New York City Saturday night. Authorities say 2 people on board that ship were killed, 19 others injured when the mast ran into the bridge. The training ship was docked at a nearby pier and had just departed on an international goodwill tour of Iceland. The 2 victims have been identified. The incident remains under investigation. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
It's cleanup day and the beginning of what's probably going to end up being cleanup season for several areas. Elizabeth, after storms moved through yesterday, and Bennett, where a tornado out around 72nd and Provost Road ripped through numerous buildings. Barbara Belicanova saw it all.
We've seen 3 tornadoes, a couple houses damaged, and the solar panels were also damaged as well. They were damaged pretty badly, and some of them flew off. Some of them hit a house or 2.
Now, the solar farm in Bennett, it was badly damaged in the area. The good news is nobody was injured in the twister. In Boulder County, a cyclist is dead after an SUV hit him, and then the driver took off. The State Patrol says it happened near 95th and Avocet Lane yesterday, and now officials are looking for the driver of a blue Toyota Highlander. There's significant damage to the front end, and also it's missing its windshield. That's the latest. I'm Nia Bender.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Just north of downtown, we've got a stall I-25 southbound between 48th and I-70. A left lane blockage with safety patrol on site. Slow traffic back from 58, adding about 5 minutes to your commute. On the south end of town, a crash off on the right shoulder, I-225 southbound at Colfax has slow driving back from 17th. That one's seen about 5 minutes of delays. I-225 southbound, again a crash at Alameda. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Rapid radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies, offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Perfect for instant contact with an aging parent. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get an extra 60% off, free UPS shipping, and add code radio for an extra 5% off.
Is credit card debt ruining your life? Did you know you have a right to settle that debt for much less than you owe? DebtBlue has helped people just like you resolve millions of dollars of high-interest credit card debt. They can help with payment relief, the burden of rising inflation, and have a large portion of your debt wiped clean. If you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt, a free 10-minute phone call could save you thousands. Discover how to reduce or completely resolve your credit card debt. In fact, we're so sure that we can reduce your debt that we offer the DebtBlue Success Guarantee. We don't get paid unless your debt gets reduced or resolved, so there's absolutely no risk to call. For your free debt resolution plan, call 800-375-1158. That's 800-375-1158. The call is free. The consultation is free. The more you owe, the more you can save. Call now. 800-375-1158. 800-375-1158.
Denver's Talk Station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
I'm about to rock your world.
For those who need to talk, about to talk, we talk. This is Ryan Schuling Live on Denver's Talk Station, 630 KHOW.
Not very much unlike where I grew up, in a place called Claymont, Delaware, which has more oil refineries than Houston, Texas had in its region, just across the line in Pennsylvania. And all the prevailing winds were our way. I just lived up the road. In an apartment complex when we moved to Delaware. And just up the road to a little school I went to, Holy Rosary Grade School. And because it was a 4-lane highway that was accessible, my mother drove us, and rather than us be able to walk. And guess what? The first frost, you knew what was happening. You had to put on your windshield wipers to get literally the oil slick off the window. That's why I and so damn many other people I grew up have cancer. And why for the longest time, Delaware had the highest cancer rate in the nation. But that's the past. And we're going to build a different future.
Well, it turns out it wasn't the past. Monday edition, Ryan Schuling Live, or text 57739. Detroit Connection reunited again. It feels so good. Shannon Scott on the other side of the glass. Joe Biden uttered those words at a public appearance in July of 2022. That's almost 3 years ago. Now, he not only implied, he flat out stated that he and so many other people have cancer. He appeared to be blaming it on the environment that he grew up in which there was a plant nearby, and he told the story many times. His mom's driving. There's like soot on the windshield. They got to scrape it off with the wipers. And the White House tried to poo-poo and dismiss this out of hand, put it out of sight, out of mind, in the immediate aftermath. And they blew it off by saying, no, he's confused, scary and surprising, I know, that he had some skin cancer, some, very base level skin cancer removed. And lo and behold, there was also members of the media helping to carry the water on that assertion, including one Glenn Kessler, this water carrier, this stenographer, this propagandist arm, willing doofus for the Washington Post, quote tweeted RNC research at the time in July 2022. RNC Research posted the following. Did Joe Biden just announce he has cancer? And they quoted him, and they showed the video. Glenn Kessler, in his infinite wisdom and bucket carrying for Joe Biden administration, how dumb is this tweet? Check out Biden's medical report. Before he became president, he had non-melanoma skin cancers removed. Has no one at RNC Research ever had this common procedure? Oh. Well, then in steps Dr. Zeke Emanuel, who dropped some bombshells with Joe and Mika today. Yes, Joe and Mika, those two. Morning Joe, about whether or not, if this diagnosis is correct, which was prostate cancer that had metastasized to the bones, if he could possibly have had this just recently revealed. And this is what Dr. Emanuel told Morning Joe.
You believe that it is likely, for those just tuning in,